presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. And Cardinals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The road trip continues. Third stop, 3 cities. This is Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. It's game number 1 of a weekend series. St. Louis Cardinals, Philadelphia Phillies. And with Tim McCarver along with Scott Warman, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Great to have you with us. And this has been a banged-up Cardinals team. So many guys, Tim, as we've talked about on the DL. And through it all, this team has a very good chance to head to postseason play.
They have a quarter of a season left to play. They played 120 games, and I'm not too sure, Dan, that Cardinal fans have not given this team enough credit because they have been about as resilient as they've been in decades.
All right, it's been fun to watch. It's Adam Wainwright getting the call tonight for the St. Louis Cardinals, and home runs aplenty in this offense. Cardinals lead the National League in home runs. Does that continue tonight? We'll find out. Game 1 comes your way next. Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Final stop on this 3-city road trip, which began in Chicago, then down to Houston, and now here in Philadelphia. Jim Hayes is hosting back home in St. Louis. Scott Warman is with us. Tim McCarver up here in the booth. I'm Dan McLaughlin. 86 degrees, partly cloudy here at Citizens Bank Park in Philly. There's a look at Mike Matheny. His club right now has won 4 straight. And on the road, the best road record in the game at 36-23. Last time we saw Pete Maccannon's Phillies, they were in the race. Now, that was early, right around June. Since that time, they've gone the other way. They're 57-65, but still, I think, Tim, that's a bit surprising from where a lot of people looked at this team at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're not even double figures in the tank as far as losses are concerned. A team that started off hot, and then in June, I mean, let's face it, they have. We're going to talk about their minor league system throughout the game tonight because they are loaded in AA and AAA. They have 5 guys, 5 prime time guys that by next year should be ready, and they're going to be very, very good over the near future.
Looking at the Phillies this season, 4th in the National League East. The runs per game, the home runs, they don't hit a bunch, although Ryan Howard is starting to pick that up as a team, hitting .241. The team ERA is a shade under 5, and opponents hitting .266 against their staff. Franco, Herrera, Gomez. Gomez is their closer. Franco is only 23, leads their club in home runs and RBIs. He's their third baseman. Herrera, a former Rule 5 pickup from Texas, and a nice player in center.
Yeah, Franco, as a matter of fact, speaking of home runs, he beat the Dodgers with a 2-run blast last night to center field. Did he hit it forever?
There's a look at Franco. And one of the stories with a St. Louis tie-in is Ryan Howard. Now, we know that Howard just destroys St. Louis pitching, and now he's starting to hit, especially against the righties. .419 average here in the month of August. 5 home runs. He's driven in 13. 26 years or younger. 94 of the 122 starts they've had. So their young group is trying to put things together. And their record from May 26, and that was about the time that they saw the Cardinals, through June 22nd, only 4 wins in that time. Now on the other side, this is a confident bunch coming into this game here tonight. Now Brandon Moss was originally in the starting lineup. He is out with flu-like symptoms. Cardinals say he could pinch hit late in this game. That could be big because the Phillies do not carry a lefty in their pen, and we know that Moss has really hit the right-handers well.
Yeah, we talked in the opening about the Cardinals' resiliency, and they have certainly, we didn't say, now keep in mind, we didn't say they had the best club that they've had in years, but certainly their resiliency can match any team over the last 2 or 3 decades.
So the Phillies take the field on this Friday night here in Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Park. A look at the Cardinals lineup with 9 home runs in their last 4 games. Tommy Pham will lead it off, followed by Stephen Piscotty, leads the club in RBIs. Matt Carpenter, then Yadier Molina moving up to the cleanup spot. Johnny Peralta, Jed Jerko, Randall Grichuk, Colton Wong, and the pitcher Adam Wainwright. Adam Morgan, a left-hander, getting the call for the Phillies. It's been a tough year for him. Boy,
he won his first start, and then he has lost 7 in a row. You have to go back to the year 2000 when Omar Dahl, a left-hander for the Phillies, lost that many games in a row. Not a hard thrower, 91 tops, good changeup, hangs some breaking balls. Home run ball is a problem, and we'll check with the Cardinals tonight because they have been hitting home runs in bushels.
It's incredible. We didn't expect to see that, this power from this team. John Mozeliak will tell you, I did expect it, but many that followed the club in spring training did not. Bill Welke will call the balls and strikes. The crew chief, DJ Rayburn down at first, Tony Randazzo at second, Pat Hoiberg is at third. Go around the horn. Altair is in left field, Herrera in center, Borges, the former Cardinal, in right. Franco, Galvis, Burris, and Howard along the infield, and Carlos Ruiz, one of the mainstays from their championship club, is behind the plate. You know, Tim, you were talking about the young talent the Phillies have. They only have commitments on the books to 4 contracts beyond this season. That is it.
Wow, that's great.
So if they want to go out and spend some money, they can do that too.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, you like to be fertile in both areas. You like to have young players that you can go to, or if you need that piece where you can go out and sign a free agent, you can do that too.
Here's Tommy Pham, and he'll lead it off looking at a strike, hitting .360 in the month of August. The Hyundai pitch arsenal, fastball, slider, and change. Last 4 starts for Adam Morgan. He's given the club 17 1/3 innings. The relievers 16 2/3 innings in those starts.
Ouch. That's that flat breaking ball right there. It's high, and look for the Cardinal right-handers to feast on that pitch tonight. At least Mike Matheny hopes that's the case.
And the 1-2. Got him with a changeup. So that's how we start tonight and the series. A strikeout of Tommy Pham. There's a look at the last 4 starts for Adam Morgan. As Tim mentioned, the record of 1-7. He has not won since back on May 10th. And his lone win was against the lowly Braves.
No, it's hard to call any team lowly at this point in the season, because you're going to have to look at the Cardinals. The last homestand, they lost 2 out of 3 to the Braves.
Right.
That's the thing. When you get into August and September, you really have to full bore ahead on these second division teams below 500.
Stephen Piscotty, 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Had a big series against the Phillies in those 4 games back at Busch Stadium with 7 hits. Adam Morgan made his major league debut against the Cardinals June 21st of last year. Went 5 2/3, 6 hits, gave up a home run to Johnny Peralta. And it's a 1-out walk. It's a sparse crowd tonight. We know, though, they can be loud, they can be vocal. And Tim McCarver, parts of 9 seasons wearing that Phillies uniform, you know it all too well.
Yep. Yeah, it's just kind of sad to see a lot of empty seats here in the stadium, because, I mean, this franchise with over 700 consecutive sellouts, they were Cardinal-esque for so many years. Back in the early 2000s, building those teams, those great teams. 5 straight divisions they won.
I've always enjoyed coming to this ballpark. It's one of the nicer parks,
absolutely,
in baseball.
Really
Very nice complex around here with hockey, football, and baseball right around this area. 5 straight balls thrown by Adam Morgan. Make it 6. This is the 6th time, by the way, Carpenter is batted 3rd with Holliday out. And Matt Holliday, the 11th Cardinal to go on the DL since July 1st.
Oh my gosh.
11 Cardinals in that time frame.
Gosh.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Carpenter.
And that was not a real problem the first 3 months of the season. I mean, everybody was saying, well, at least the Cardinals are healthy this year.
Sure.
And then boom, boom, boom. It just came so suddenly.
That does not even include a Lance Lynn, who was on the DL to start this year with Tommy John surgery. And he may make a late push for the Cardinals, as he'll make his 2nd rehab start tonight in the Gulf Coast League. 2-1 pitch to Carpenter instead of check on the runner at first.
Look at a guy like Morgan. You can't allow your ineffectiveness to affect your control. You still got to throw strikes. And sometimes you lose 7 in a row. That scares you out of the strike zone.
You're tentative.
You can't, yeah, you're tentative. Can't allow that to happen.
The 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Morgan pitched at the University of Alabama in the SEC. That's where his dad went to school and pitched there as well.
A third-round pick back in 2011. Two balls, two strikes on Carpenter. Struck him out.
Looked like a cut fastball to Matt Carpenter on the outside part of the plate, and a good one.
So the cleanup man is Molina. Last 10 games, hitting .421 with 7 driven in. This would have been the spot for Brandon Moss.
This is like a week in paradise for Yadier Molina. 2 off days.
And another one coming up on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the schedule is really weird. The Cardinals had 30 games in 31 days after the break. Off day yesterday and Monday, and they'll get 2 more before their next series against the Cubs on September 12th. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Good changeup. It seems to be an effective pitch.
That's an excellent point, and accurate too, Dan. I mean, if you're a right-handed batter, you got to say, how am I going to approach him? Well, he's showing you right now how you need to approach this guy if he stays around for 4 or 5 innings. Take the outside part of the plate away from him, because you can always get around on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball inside.
1-2 the count.
Easier said than done, obviously, when you're up at the plate, but it's the approach that you take. You take the proper approach enough times, you're going to get your fair share of hits.
Big gap in left center. And the 1-2 with the runner going. Throw by Ruiz to second, offline. Stolen base, Piscotty, number 5.
Steven picked a good pitch on which to run, a changeup up and away. And the throw by Ruiz toward the third base side. Carlos really had no chance to get Piscotty. Too big a jump.
He's done a very nice job in throwing out base stealers this year, 41%.
He's been a good catcher for a long time.
Sure has.
Not Molina-esque, but a good catcher.
2-2 the count on Molina. Leads all catchers in doubles with 26. Third in hits in Major League Baseball. Cardinals starting play tonight. 2.5 games back of San Francisco in the wild card for the top spot. The Giants have a tough stretch of games coming up. 11 games in the next 15 against teams that are well above the 500 mark. They have not played well in the second half at all.
They have 9 more starts against the Dodgers. They're arch rivals.
And who knows, Clayton Kershaw could be back too.
Maybe. Yeah, the pitching for the Giants, gee, bullpen problems.
Big
and even
time.
the starters, with the exception, of course, of Madison Bumgarner.
Piscotty, the runner at second base, and a 3-2. Hit the other way, and there's Ryan Howard. Soft liner, puts it away. Cardinals strand a runner. Adam Wainwright to the mound when we come back. for Adam Wainwright, looking for his 8th season with 10 or more wins. He's 9-6 and coming off the shortest outing of his career, last time out at Wrigley Field against Chicago. It'll be Herrera, Galvis, Altherr, then Franco, Howard, Ruiz, Borges, Burris, and Morgan in the lineup for the Phils.
How many times do you have a chance, Dan, to say this, that Adam Wainwright is 4 wins away from tying Dizzy Dean?
It's amazing.
On the all-time Cardinal list.
And Tim, when you start to look at the strikeouts, the innings, the games, the starts with Molina behind the plate,
his time in the bullpen in the early part of his career,
he's become truly one of the great Cardinal pitchers ever.
Mm-hmm. Well,
the first pitch taken for a ball.
From the curveball to Carlos Beltran. That's where he made his mark, and he's built upon that since then.
I was talking with him the other day about that moment. He said it's hard to say that not closing out a World Series, that not being your best moment. But he said when you go back to that confrontation with Beltran, best postseason player, he said, of his era, and strike him out with the game on the line, he said that's probably my best moment. He's been influential with so many of these players too. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Herrera. Pitch sharply into right field for a leadoff base hit. Hyundai pitch arsenal for Adam Wainwright as Galvis will dig in. Keep an eye on Herrera, his 19 steals, most on the Phillies club. Fastball, cutter, curve, and change. Freddie Galvis leads their club in doubles with 19. He's hitting .233 this season.
Say that's when you say 2.1% with the change, that means a straight change. He will curve. Sometimes when he's throwing the curveball, he grips it so tightly that it changes also and serves as a different type of change. The harder the grip, the slower the pitch. It's important to remember when you're a fan and viewing our telecast. Hope it helps out.
Cheating in at third, it's Peralta, and that's driven out to right center field. The pitch that was up goes all the way to the wall. Galvis on his way to second. Herrera being waved in. He'll score, and it's 1-0 Phillies. So back-to-back hits to start for the Phillies against Wainwright, and a quick 1-0 lead.
Yeah, both of those balls hit hard. The ground ball to right field by Herrera, and now a double by Galvis, his 20th of the year. Herrera scoring easily. Doesn't need the third base coach until he gets there. Can pick that ball up on his own and scores the first run of the ball game.
This young man is a neat story. Born in Germany, actually played for the German national team in the World Baseball Classic. His mother was stationed in Germany, part of the armed forces of the United States, and his dad, a pro soccer player in Germany.
Yeah, he has a German name, Altherr.
A 9th round pick in 2009. One pitch. Here's a ground ball. Peralta looking back the runner, and instead it's a foul ball.
Freddie Galvis had a good idea at second base. He was ready to go to third base on the throw by Peralta that never happened because Johnny's fielding the ball thinking that it did not hit his foot, and he was going to first base. But it would have been a very good base running play had Galvis, after the throw, tried to go to third base.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Molina sets up way outside. The cutter and a ground ball hit to Colton Wong. Runner advances to third with one out.
Aaron Alter will have high fives in the dugout for getting the runner over. That was a slider away or cut fastball away. Alter going in the Phillies dugout. Don't see too many teams that give guys a high five on moving a runner anymore because it's so seldomly done.
Round the horn presented by Dobbs. Pham, Grichuk, Piscotty in the outfield. Peralta, Jerko, Wong, and Carpenter on the infield. And Molina is behind the plate. The infield is brought in here in the first. Franco leads their club in RBIs with 71. Has really struggled recently against right-handed pitching. We'll see if that trend carries over to tonight here in game one. Outfield is straight away. Mentioned earlier that Franco is only 23. Turns 24 in just 1 week. On deck it is Ryan Howard. With Wainwright, that pitch inside could set up other things in this at bat.
No doubt about it.
You go back in.
Well, not all pitches, and a lot of people don't understand that perhaps, that not all pitches are designed to get you out. Most pitches, or often a pitch, will be designed to get you out later, and that's what the two inside fastballs to Franco did. He'll go away now.
2-1 pitch. Curveball, hung it, and a foul ball.
And that's why Freddie Galvis was in foul territory. You don't want to lead off a third base in fair territory because obviously if the ball hits you, then the batter is out. You ordered a base hit, but you don't budge. You're still at third base, so you lead off in foul territory. Freddie doing a little Olympic maneuver by looked like a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yep. Here's a 2-2 pitch with the infield drawn in. Chopper to Wong, play at the plate. They have the runner hung up. Molina with the tag and a big out. The second here in the bottom of the first.
I'm a little surprised that Pete Mackanin would put a contact play on with Ryan Howard coming up. You know, he's been red hot. You mentioned that, Dan. Red hot in August, batting over 400. Hits the Cardinals for a ton, and I don't know. I'd rather see him. You know, you take your chances. I'm not too sure that was the right chance at that particular time.
Well, Ryan Howard in his career against the Cardinals, 68 games. His average, .335, 23 home runs, 69 driven in those 68 games. Think he likes hitting against the Cardinals?
I'll say.
Wow. Good pitch, tailing away for a strike.
But again, those two inside fastballs came back for Wainwright. Very effective the way he pitched Franco, because he got him out with that cutter away after coming inside a couple of times.
Big breaking ball and a strike.
Feather of a curve, wasn't it?
Oh. We've seen that with Adams. Sometimes a curveball first inning rolls, and as he stays in the game, he gets a better feel for it.
Yeah.
Little cutter, and he went. Strikeout of Ryan Howard. 85th time he has struck out this year. Phillies grab an early lead. It's 1-0 as we head to the second. 12 for Adam Morgan. It's our BJC Healthcare difference maker.
Guess you could tag that with a tale of two Adams on this eve in Philadelphia.
Ooh, you even added the eve.
Well, they're just so much fun to do that.
For one of us.
You're on your own, brother. We're in the city of brotherly love. Come on.
Had to say it, you know.
I said it. He said it. I didn't.
One of my favorites is here. That's the Fanatic.
Oh, he's fabulous. Lightens everything up.
It's hilarious.
He is wonderful.
Here's Johnny Peralta, homered against Morgan. His major league debut last year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morgan at home, an ERA that's near 7, 3rd worst in baseball. Here's that changeup again, low and away, 2-1 the count. I'm assuming you enjoyed your time here in Philly.
I did. Yeah, they love it when you try hard, and that's all you have to do. And I've always said that about, I mean, this fan base here has the worst reputation perhaps of any major league city, and it's unfair. I mean, these people are with you on the field, and if they know you're busting it day in and day out.
That's well hit. Left center, and the catch made.
How about that play? It was almost like in slow motion, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ball hung up there, too.
Yeah. I thought it was going to get down. The ball hit well, but had a little too much hang time. And Alter tracks it down.
You played on some pretty good teams, too.
Well, I'll say that the 76, 7, and 8 Phillies, division winners, losing to the Reds, the Big Red Machine in 1976. And then the Dodgers losing Game 3 on Black Friday. They referred to it here in Philly. That was with a 2-run lead, and no defensive change was made in the left field. Greg Luzinski normally replaced by Jerry Martin. And the Dodgers came back to score 3 runs after 2 were out and nobody on. And I've never heard a stadium any quieter than the Vet was that afternoon. Black Friday, 1977, and then went on to lose to the Dodgers the next year, too.
Jerko pulls it foul, and it's 1-2.
But these fans here, they'll back you if they think you're right, if you always hustle. That's the whole thing. But if you dog it in this town, boy, do they let you know it in a hurry.
Charlie Manuel then after that, after some down teams, they put together that great run we talked about earlier. And they win the World Championship in 2008 over Tampa Bay. 2-2 pitch. Had him out in front, and it's popped up on the infield. The changeup again. The shortstop Galvis puts it away for the out.
Pete Rose made a lot of comments. Pete talked a lot of great quotes. And the one thing he said one time that always stuck with me, he was with the Reds at the time. He said, "I've never been booed in a white uniform." And I'm thinking, well, you've been with the Reds all these years. You know, no kidding. They love you here. But when he got to Philadelphia, he was never booed in a white uniform.
That's great. Randall Grichuk. He may have tied it down the left field line. It's fair, and it's gone. Randall Grichuk, home run number 15.
Oh, my gosh.
Boy, did that get out in a hurry or what? He now has a 7-game hitting streak. He's 8 for his last 22 with 3 home runs.
See, now think about that pitch. Believe me, we don't sit up here and second guess how can he throw that pitch or anything like that. But think about that. There was no setup to get there. It was a fastball on the inside that was 88 miles an hour. That was before he went changeup away, curveball, changeup away, and set him up for a pitch like that.
It is so intriguing to watch this young man play.
Well, first pitch, inside, cutter. No doubt about it.
And I say intrigue, Tim, because that's now his 66th hit this year. So a total of 66 hits. 35 have gone for extra bases.
I think intriguing is the right word.
Man. Ouch. Foul ball. We saw his speed on display back in his hometown of Houston over the weekend. And then you look at the power that he possesses. The Cardinals, and we were talking about this before the game, they have given him a long leash to prove what he can do.
Well, he's so valuable now.
Yes.
Everybody else is on the DL. Now's his chance. Again, he's given that chance. I mean, no team's been more patient with Randal Grichuk, or in anybody, any other player that I can remember, than the Cardinals have been with Randal Grichuk.
There's Ryan Howard. Steps on the bag, and the ground ball off the bat of Colton Wong. Randal Grichuk, home run number 15, RBI number 43. Ties it up. We head to the bottom of the second. 1-1 here in Philly. From Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, we check in with the third member of our crew, and that is Scott Warman.
All right, Danny, thanks so much. We just saw Randal Grichuk with the home run there, and you talked about at the top of the show the power surge of this baseball team, Danny, as the Cardinals are on pace to have the second most home runs hit in a single season in franchise history. We asked Mike Matheny about this before today's game, if he was surprised. He said not completely, but he credited his vets from last year to this year doing a much better job at the plate. Also, the young guys maturing throughout the season, and Danny also gave a lot of credit to hitting coaches John Mabry and Derek May.
Well, they're coming off their 8th consecutive multi-home run game. That is a franchise record in that regard. Ruiz at the plate. Tim, they have 10 different players with 9 or more home runs.
That's a franchise record. You go up and down their roster, and they have so many. If they get another home run in this game, that'll be a National League record.
They've now had 50 hits since the All-Star break.
That coming in bunches, and Mike Matheny hopes that continues, obviously.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Makes you think about, you know, if you do get in the playoffs, a team that can hit for power and how dangerous that team could be. You know, strike quickly,
sure,
big innings. And it's something that every team is looking for. They're looking for power. 2-2. Cutter just missed.
Yeah, more than any other year, certainly recently, what the Cardinals want to do is get to the playoffs. They don't care if they're scrap, claw, crawl, do anything they can to get there, because a month ago nobody was talking about that.
No. 3-2 pitch. Ruiz pops it foul and out of play. A ton of injuries last year, but the pitching was so good. Historically good. Best since 1968 collectively with the ERA. Pitching has not been to that level, but the home runs have been way up. A lot of injuries with that club a season ago. Ton of injuries again this year. And Scott was talking about those home runs. Brandon Moss finally healthy with the hip surgery removed from that well over a year now. He's hitting home runs. Grichuk's in a groove. It's fun to watch. Hit to short. There is Jed Jerko. Take a look at Tim McCarver's Toyota keys to the game.
Keep that momentum going. Randal Grichuk certainly did his part. Home run tying the ball game. You know, the perfect winning combination is when you can't explain it as a player or as a team. What's the difference now? You hear journalists, you hear announcers. What's the difference now? Then I don't know. That might be the best answer for a player to give. I don't know, because they're not thinking about it when they're doing it.
Just happens.
Yeah. One of the great, in my view, one of the great responses that Randal Grichuk could always give his question answers is, I don't know.
Right.
I'm not kidding you about that. Or you just where was that pitch? You know, I don't know.
Borges slaps it down the right field line, and we know he can fly. On his way to second. Borges to third. Relay is not in time. Peter Borges leads their club in triples, and that's his 6th this year.
And the right time to do it. With one out, you'll take that chance to make the second out at third base. You don't want to make the first or the third out, but with one out, that's when you try for the triple if you have a chance, and he makes it. And boy, I'll tell you, this situation has squeeze written all over it.
Well, do you pitch around Burris and deal with Morgan, who is 1 for 18, and let him have the responsibility of trying to get that bunt down, potentially?
Gosh, it's Burris's first at bat in 2.5 months in the big league. So I say no. I say go right at him.
Infield again is drawn in. Tied him up. Good cutter. Strike one. Cesar Hernandez took a foul ball off his foot, so that's why he's not in the lineup. So Burris is at second base. You don't often see the umpire go out in front of the plate to step down the dirt.
No. So Molina with glove signs to Johnny Peralta at third base. Don't know what that was.
Showing bunt and a foul ball held on to by Molina, and it's 0-2.
That's a safety squeeze. Why a safety squeeze with the infield in? It's an odd play. You're either going to have a suicide squeeze or no squeeze at all. You don't safety squeeze with the infield in. Comes a matter of the infielder beating Borges with the throw to home plate.
We had a situation before. Runner took off with Franco at the plate with contact. This would be the situation that if there's contact, Borges, his speed, pitcher on deck, he's running.
Good point. The thing is, he's not off far enough. You've got to get off as far as the third baseman, though, if you're going to make that work.
Struck him out on the outside corner. Second strikeout for Adam Wainwright,
Moot
and not
points
a
all.
very good at bat by Burris.
No. Got a swing at the inside cutter, and then the squeeze attempt, I guess. And now he takes the breaking ball on the outside part of the plate.
You know, I agree it's a safety squeeze, and it almost looked like he was doing it on his own because Borges wasn't coming down the line.
Yeah, but if you're doing it on if you're doing it on your own, the guy at third's got to know.
Exactly.
Because he's got to run. Of course, he went through the ball anyway. It was a situation where the hitter just did not have a clue about what was going on. That's not being mean. That's being factual.
Adam Morgan at the plate. The pitcher 1 for 18. So the Phillies have wasted a couple of golden opportunities to have more than just one run. Curveball and a beauty. Over the course of Wainwright's career, and I've seen him since day one, you've been around him for a long time too. If he has a bad game, usually, not always, but usually next time out, he's pretty nasty. He figures it out. He's able to say, look, I either watched through videos something I was doing wrong, there was a release point issue, mechanically I was out of whack, but he's able to fix that very quickly, usually.
There are some baseball players who are very intelligent, but they don't have baseball sense.
Right.
Wainwright has both. He's an intelligent guy, caring about the world around him, and also he can apply that to baseball and make it work, make it fit. What am I doing? Where do I need to improve? All the things that go into the questions of a successful major league starter.
Here's a 1-2. Curveball and struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts and pitches out of the jam. Borges left stranded after his triple. By Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low price every day. And by your local Volkswagen dealer. And taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
What a shot. Beautiful. Look out in center field and see the statue of William Penn and think, Danny, that at one time about 20 years ago, no building in the skyline in Philadelphia could be bigger than William Penn's statue. And now they're about, let's see, Willie Penn's to the right, pan right, guys. There's the Budweiser rooftop. But that is, they're building another one there to the left. All of those are taller than William Penn's statue, so that no longer exists.
Strike two, Wainwright. This ballpark opened up in 2004 after they started play at the Vet. Early 1970s as Wainwright cranks one foul. Then Connie Mack Stadium as well. Long history of baseball in this town.
Connie Mack Stadium at 17th and Lehigh, here in another section of town. We're in South Philly right now, but Connie Mack ended in 1970, and the Veterans Stadium opened in 71.
A strikeout of Wainwright. Annual Pujols Family Foundation Golf Classic coming up after the game. It's a 1-hour special on Fox Sports Midwest, brought to you by your Mid-America Chevy dealers.
I want all you folks out there to know, speaking of golf, that my partner is playing Marion tomorrow. My gosh, what a treat.
Tough job, Tim, but someone's got to do it.
Ricky Horton and you will be going in the wee hours of the morning out to Marion to play. What a place it is.
I better beat him, too. That's the main thing. I mean, I'm going to take it all in and enjoy it, but I got to beat him.
No. Ricky over on the radio side tonight. We're two happy campers in the Cardinal traveling party. Dan McLaughlin and Ricky Horton tomorrow morning.
We're pretty pleased.
I would imagine. You should be. It's beautiful.
There's Stephen Piscotty, who walked. And by the way, we did invite you.
You did. I appreciated it too.
We wanted you to come. We wanted your money too. Piscotty pops it back foul. There's John Rooney on the left. Jim Jackson, longtime producer, engineer, in the background there, and Ricky looking splendid on the right.
Well, if my left hand felt splendid, I would have joined you. My left hand, I'm having all sorts of problems because of the likes of Bob Gibson and Steve Carlton and those guys who.
They did this.
They certainly did.
Our understanding is that Steve Carlton was here last weekend, right?
Yes, he was. Great left-hander, won 251 games for the Phillies after the trade. Carlton for Wise in 1972, the spring of '72.
Mike Schmidt does the weekend home games on the television side for the Phillies. He'll be here tomorrow and Sunday. 1 ball, 1 strike. I remember when we came through here, Tim, and J.D. Drew, it was his first game back in Philly. I say first game back. He never signed with the Phillies. Remember, there was the big snafu and he held out.
Right.
Cardinals eventually got him, and he was public enemy #1. Our bullpen catcher was Jeff Murphy at the time. He puts on J.D. Drew's jersey for batting practice. He goes out, and no one knows it's Jeff Murphy. They just see Drew in the number, and he goes out, and it took all of about 5 minutes. He came back into the dugout in the clubhouse and said, "JD, good luck.
You're on your own.
You're on your own."
Oh boy,
it's going to be a tough, long night.
He's going to take one for the team, but not anymore.
He said he couldn't believe it. Could be 2. Double play ball. 6, 4, 3. Double play. at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment. Game day, live game, audio highlights, StatCast news, and more for your phone or tablet. MLB.com. Herrera, Galvis, and Alter. All right, do you have a good place to go get a Philly cheesesteak?
Yeah, got about 30 of them.
They're all pretty good.
30 choices.
Geno's. Got to go to Geno's. Jim's is awesome. I'll tell you a great one.
D'Alessandro's out on Henry. I'm telling you. In many ways, nothing beats a Philly's cheesesteak.
The clubhouse here.
Yeah, you were
incredible.
Talking about that today.
Oh, yeah. he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Inside to Herrera. 2 balls and no strikes. He singled to right and scored back in the first on the double by Galvis.
I talked to Pete McCannon about Herrera, and he said the reason he is in a slump, and he has become so inside happy. And I said, without realizing that all good hitters are jammed. He said, yeah, right.
Hit down the left field line and out of play.
Young hitters have to understand that all good hitters are jammed, and the reason for that is they're going into the ball. If you become overly conscious, and he was an all-star selection a couple of months ago in the all-star game in San Diego. But if you become overly conscious of that pitch inside, you start bailing out, and that's the worst thing, the worst singular move that a hitter can have is when the front shoulder leaves. If you're a left-hander, it goes toward first. Right-hander, it goes toward third. You must, in order to hit well, keep the front shoulder. The front shoulder leads you into a good swing. Very, very important.
2-1 pitch. Even there, you can see the hips starting out a little bit, opening up.
He's cheating with his hips and trying to see it. It's very difficult to hit like that because your stance, you've got the hips open and you're trying to keep the shoulder in tight. Tied in a knot.
There's a ground ball that's hit to Colton Wong, and that's the first out. August 27th, Edward Jones will present 30,000 fans 16 and older with a collectible plaque honoring Chris Carpenter, Joe Torre, Terry Moore, and Sam Brayton. They all will be inducted into the Cardinals Hall of Fame earlier in the day. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. I think a good example of what you're talking about to an extent is Jason Heyward. When he was with St. Louis, one of the things that they tried to get was the lower body in sync with the upper body. So he would dive with the upper body with the lower body being open. He'd dive in towards the plate, lower body be open. And it would tie him in knots. Couldn't hit. Broken back ground ball hit to second.
That was particularly true in the first half of the season for Heyward last year. Got on track, but we've talked about it when the Cardinals played the Cubs. I mean, with Heyward's many problems that he had with the bat, there's no way we would have made that deal. $184 million over 7 years. No, I don't think so. I mean, I've always said the guy, you know, get as much money as you can, and good for you. But if there was an organization that ever overpaid for a player, it was the Chicago Cubs.
Curveball and a strike. And just think if the Cubs were going bad, the pressure on Jason Heyward.
Oh gosh.
I mean, right now they're playing great baseball.
That's a very good point and accurate.
Pulled foul. I mean, the pressure on him would be incredible, which I'm sure he's already feeling the pressure, clearly.
Yeah, a little bit.
But not nearly as much when.
Well, wait till the postseason.
Yeah.
Now what happens?
Right. And if he has a great postseason, all's forgotten.
Yeah, it's true.
0-2 pitch. 1-2. Alter grounded out to second base, first time up. That would advance Galvis to third with only 1 out. And with 4 and 5 in the lineup coming up, they could not bring him in. Ground ball, 3 ground ball outs. There's Jedd Gyorko, and he makes the play. We head to inning number 4. The Cards and the Phils, 1-1. Head to the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love whenever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by the best value. So get the StubHub app today. Matt Carpenter will lead it off, followed by Yadier Molina and Jhonny Peralta. Pittsburgh, by the way, 1 game back of the Cardinals in the wild card. They are hosting Miami tonight. Tom Kohler and Garrett Cole in that game. Mets at San Francisco later. New York 4.5 games back of St. Louis. Here's a 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Remember that press conference that Terry Collins had about 10 days ago when he aired the Mets out for lackadaisical play? You don't see that much anymore.
Waiting for Cespedes to get back and maybe catch fire again. Carpenter rips it foul.
Now, there's a difference in losing and losing when you don't look like you're trying. You probably are trying, but you're not trying the way your manager thinks you should be looking when you're trying. And players know that.
1-2 pitch to Carpenter. Struck out his first time up and looks at a ball.
The good players say, you know what? You're right.
It's a wake-up call sometimes.
It is, absolutely.
That's where you give Mike Matheny a lot of credit with his team.
That's
easy
right.
to say, well, we're missing Moss, we're missing Holiday, miss Carpenter. And yet the team has found a way to get themselves in this position. And this is what every team wants. You know, just over a month ago, you want to have a chance to get in the playoffs, and they've got a great opportunity. Three-2 pitch. Hit out of play. I think it would be fascinating with a 1-game playoff. Who would start that game if you're the Cardinals? Now, there's a lot of factors. Who are you playing? Are you playing at home, road? Who's rested? Who's the hot pitcher? But Wainwright, with all the built-up moments that he's had over the years, big game pitcher. As Carpenter yanks it down the right field line and foul. Or a young gunslinger like Martinez, who was terrific 2 days ago.
Well, Martinez would be the talent there, but I'm not too sure you're going to go for talent necessarily. I think I'd go, all things considered equal, I think I'd go with Wainwright. But you don't know. I mean, that's putting the horse before the cart.
Oh, yeah. Carpenter with a fly ball into right. There goes Borges, and on the run makes the catch.
Okay, and now here we are back to right-handed hitters. We talked about it in the first inning. What's your approach? There is no way right-handed hitters should be thinking that this guy on the mound is going to get me out with a 79-mile-an-hour changeup on the outside part of the plate. If he throws me inside, I tip my cap to him, knowing it's going to be a show-me pitch. It's a state in which you play. Missouri fastball. Show it to me, and that's about all they're going to get inside.
Going the other way with that pitch. Herrera backs up, makes the catch.
Good hitting by Molina. I mean, he hit that ball hard. Looked like he was looking for that pitch. Otherwise, you're not going to hit a pitch low and away right at the knees with that much authority.
The Cardinals' schedule next 6 series, including this one with the Phillies. They've got the Mets, Oakland, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, then Milwaukee again. Of those teams coming up, only one right now is above 500. Something to think about. The Cardinals have made a habit of beating up on the sub 500 teams this year. Peralta flied out to left center first time up. And the 1-0. High fly ball into right. Borges backing up and makes the catch.
I'll guarantee you Johnny Peralta is thinking, boy, give me that pitch again. The Cardinal hitters. What about the approach by the Cardinal pitchers? Cutter last time up, DeFranco was a strike away, and then 2 fastballs in off the plate. That's the second one to count 2 balls and a strike. Breaking ball hit hard, and now Wainwright feels comfortable along with Molina to go away. They get the ground ball and they get the out of the runner at third base. So you've seen the approach by the hitter of the Cardinals and the approach by the pitcher, Adam Wainwright.
Here is Franco, and he looks at his strike.
And nothing is foolproof, I might add. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, that's what you're doing. Sometimes the guy beats you. He beats you in your thinking, and you just tip your cap.
Sure. It's a beautiful game, though. That's what makes it fun.
It really is.
Leadoff man is Franco, followed by Howard and Ruiz. Good pitch, exploding back in on the hands.
Now that's a swing at an inside fastball. Actually, a swing at a ball that he thought was going to be away that was inside.
1-1 our score. Phillies picked up the first run of the game in the bottom of the first. Cardinals came back with a Grichuk home run.
That's, you know, the game within a game. You know, Yadi's such a terrific catcher, great handler of pitchers, and the confidence that Wainwright has with Molina. Breaking ball away, obviously.
2-2.
2 strikes is the best time to throw hitters inside, depending on how you got there. This is going to be a cutter away. Now a pitch inside is not a good pitch. You should already have your approach to where you made the hitter aware of the fastball inside, so you're going to go away. Cutter.
3-2 pitch. Hit in the air out to center field. Grichuk under it. 1 out.
Not trying to be too philosophical or too sophisticated or anything, but what are good times for a pitcher to try to crowd a hitter? 0-2, 1-2, not 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, because that's when the hitter looks in those counts. He's looking in that area where he can hurt you the most. And most of the time, that's an area that's inside.
Now Ryan Howard. The Phillies hold an option on Howard's contract for next season. Good changeup. And that will not be picked up. And Howard has said that he wants to play beyond this year. That would have to happen more than likely in the American League.
Maybe a left-handed designated hitter against right-handed pitching. Start out like that, because I don't think anybody's going to pay him more than $2 or $3 million. Now, I'm not just putting that away, but more than that to be a full-time DH. I don't think he's effective against left-handed pitching anymore.
Well, really, you look at it, Franco struggles against the righties, Howard against lefties, and against this right-hander tonight, he's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts.
It's the best curveball that Adam Wainwright has thrown tonight. This ball had a lot of bite on it.
I was trying to think earlier, Tim, and maybe with your great baseball memory you would recall this, but St. Louis natives, we're going to try to look this up this weekend, but just great players that have come from St. Louis. Ryan Howard would be certainly one of the players that you mentioned on that list, with a career 376 home runs. He's had a great career, there's no doubt.
Oh, no question about it.
You know, Yogi Berra obviously comes to mind. Joe Garagiola's had a great run in baseball, broadcasting, playing. But it's just, you know, it's interesting to think about.
Sure. Both growing up on the hill in the same block. Joe Garagiola saying he wasn't even the best catcher on his block.
I know. Isn't that great?
A great line. Ted Williams calling Yogi Berra the most clutch Yankee during that fabulous run. The most clutch Yankee.
Rain starts to fall here at Citizens Bank Park. Two-two pitch, a little bit low. Some of the folks start to head for cover. Rain is picked up. 3-2 the count. And the next two, Ruiz. Lined into shallow right center field, and the catch made by Randal Grichuk. So Adam Wainwright is settled in after the triple by Borges. He is set down 8 in a row. Randal Grichuk and Colton Wong here in the top of 5. 1-1 our score. "11 home runs since July 18th for Jedd Gyorko. Second only to Brian Dozier of Minnesota. He has had a terrific second half.
I'm not sure how many of those home runs of those 11 were fastballs.
I'm not sure either. I would venture to say probably
most of them.
8.
Yeah, that sounds right. But I will guarantee you that Adam Morgan is not going to show Jedd Gyorko a fastball on the inside half of the plate.
Here's a 1-1.
And he did.
Lined and a sinking liner that's caught by Herrera.
So much for my guarantees. That was a fastball on the inside part of the plate, and he hit a rocket right at guys. You can't guide the ball.
Don't throw him that pitch. He hit a rocket, like you said.
Yeah.
Second inning, here's Grichuk on that inside delivery. Got the hands through, and with that hit, that home run, 1-1 our score. One on, nobody on for Randal Grichuk. He is our Kia in the driver's seat. That home run was number 15, and he's on a tear since coming back from Memphis. You know, you were talking about sometimes just for Randal Grichuk specifically.
I don't know.
I don't know. Just it's to the bigger picture of just go play. Try not to think, just go play. Right?
It really is true.
And that's what Mike Matheny talked about this last week as he hits a rocket to second and off the glove of Burris. Into shallow center it goes, and Grichuk will stop at first base. That's what they want him to do.
Yep.
Just play.
From a player standpoint with the press, and that includes us and the as broadcasters, the electronic media, you know, always wanting to know why. And that's why it's tougher to explain what you do as a player now than it was 50 years ago. You had a couple of guys covering the team. You didn't have television for the most part, 60 years ago maybe. at the game of the week, and that was the only time Dizzy Dean showed up.
Right.
Pee Wee Reese and later Tony Kubek.
Fought off, and that will drop off the bat of Colton Wong. Back-to-back singles.
So from that standpoint, I think it's fair to say that it's tougher to play. It's tougher to explain yourself now. And sometimes, I don't know, is not an answer that suffices.
Right. What were you thinking? Why did you throw him this pitch in that count? Well, if I would have known that he was going to knock it 500 feet, I wouldn't have. But you're right. Sometimes the best is I'm just in a groove and I don't know.
I don't think this is a bunting situation right here. Normally you would, but not with a guy who hits like Wainwright.
Wainwright out in front on the changeup, popped up. Franco in foul territory, and he makes the catch. 50th anniversary of the historic Beatles concert at Busch Stadium 2. We'll celebrate that on August 23rd. Beatles Tribute Night at the ballpark. Purchase a special theme ticket. Get an exclusive Beatles at Busch Stadium t-shirt. Tickets at cardinals.com/theme. By the way, did you go to Paul McCartney?
I did not, no.
Oh.
I was going to take my granddaughter to her 13th or coming out teenage birthday party, but somehow didn't go.
I wanted the full review too.
Your favorite Beatles song?
Oh man. Hey Jude.
About Penny Lane.
Love Penny Lane.
I love Penny Lane.
Let It Be. Just put them all in the hat, start picking out one. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I like that one. Love the Beatles.
Listen to the words. Sit down and just listen to the words of Eleanor Rigby sometimes.
It's another one. Just a very light rain right now here at the ballpark. Runners at first and second.
Tommy Pham is a guy the Cardinals are comfortable with up there with 2 strikes. I beg your pardon, with 2 outs, and even with 2 strikes too. Good 2-strike hitter. Another changeup.
The 1-1. Pitch only at 75 miles an hour. You know, you're talking about laying off certain pitches, understanding because of his fastball not being that hard. You know, these hitters have a chance to let that ball get deep.
That's right. Waiting and quick hands, the 2 elements of a good hitter. Waiting and quick hands.
Fastball at 90 and at the knees to Pham. 2-2.
That surprised him.
Now the rain picks up again. Inside.
Ooh. Getty take from Pham.
Ball in the gap. Speed of Wong may score him from first. Runner at second, Grichuk. They're off with this pitch, the 3-2. Check swing, did not go. Bases loaded for one of the top hitters in all of baseball with runners in scoring position. That's Stephen Piscotty.
Well, how in the world did Tommy Pham lay off that changeup?
No kidding. Very
close, but too low.
2 pitches.
Yeah, the Phillies wanted a strike call, but no. That was clear that he did not go around. Good at bat by Pham.
Inning started with a line out by Jed Jerko. Grichuk, base hit off the glove of Burris, the second baseman. Soft liner hit into center field by Wong. Wainwright would pop out. Then with 2 outs, Tommy Pham draws the walk, and here's Stephen Piscotty. 5 for 10, 2 grand slams this year with the bases loaded. First pitch taken just a bit high. And Ruiz questioning the strike zone here of home plate umpire Bill Welke. Now I got Beatles songs in my mind playing in my head. Thanks a lot. Here's a 1-0. Line drive into right. Borges is there. Selected. One of the great scenes that we've seen here at this ballpark with the Cardinals when they beat the Phillies. And Chris Carpenter was a part of that. He'll head into the Hall of Fame with Joe Torre and Terry Moore, Sam Braden. That's August 27th. Coming up at Fox Sports Midwest Live. 3-hit shutout that season in eliminating the Phillies for Chris Carpenter, matched up with Roy Halladay, Game 5 of the NLDS of 2011. The Phillies had won 102 games that year. They had a great pitching staff, and the Cardinals were the big underdogs in that series, and big underdogs in postseason play. At one point, 10.5 out in late August, and a great shot of Chris Carpenter and his emotions after beating his good friend Roy Halladay and eliminating the Phillies. Borges, a ground ball that's hit to short. Jerko gloves and throws, and one away. You may also recall the last out in that game, Ryan Howard. Watch this. Torn Achilles for Ryan Howard. Beginning of this run for the Cardinals, they've been to postseason play every year since then. The beginning of the end for the Phillies on the other side. Skip Schumacher had a terrific at bat against Halladay, and it wound up being a double, RBI, and the only run of that game. It's one of the great games in postseason history for the Cardinals.
As you said, Dan, so well that it was a pivotal game for two organizations.
Sure
one
was.
that went in the tank and the other that soared.
And you think about it, the Phillies, they held on to Chase Utley, who was just here with the Dodgers. They still have Ryan Howard, Carlos Ruiz, They held on to their shortstop, who was a former MVP, and Jimmy Rollins, probably too long. Thinking, can we squeeze one more year out of these guys? Is there little life left?
Jimmy, after being with the Dodgers, now with the White Sox.
And then released.
Right.
I don't know if you saw this, but Chase Utley got
standing O's.
2 long standing O's. Pete Mackanin, by the way, was none too pleased about that. As Burris hits a fly ball out to left. Pham backing up, making the catch. So Chase Utley had not been back with the Dodgers to Philly until this past week. He promptly goes out and hits a couple of home runs. And then he got a curtain call.
2 curtain calls. You know, I understand what Pete's saying there. He said, look, my contract ends next year. I'm paid to win and put fans in the seat if I win. And here you are giving a curtain call for Chase Utley. And incidentally, that's one of the reasons they changed the rule around second base, was because the guy you're cheering for. As an aside.
That is the reason.
Yeah.
There's a strikeout of Adam Morgan. Adam Wainwright with his 5th, and he is settled in. That's 11 in a row. FS1, Mets and Giants at 2:30 here on Midwest. The Cardinals continue their series with the Phillies. That starts at 5:30. Baseball tomorrow on Fox Sports Midwest and FS1, or watch the games live on Fox Sports Go. Matt Carpenter will lead it off against Adam Morgan. Didn't see this coming. He's pitched well. Pitching into the 6th inning as he has struck out 3 tonight. 2 in the first, 1 in the third. It'll be Carpenter, Molina, and Peralta. Morgan, in his last start, had to leave on Sunday against the Rockies. He took a line drive off his forearm. He escaped with a bruise. We talked about the last 4 starts. Really struggled. Total of 17 and a third. Well, tonight pitching into the 6th as the rain continues to fall here in Philly.
We have heard, I was in the hall during the break and ran into Chris Wheeler, and Wheels was telling us that this is just a little cloud burst. About 5-10 minutes, that's about it. Bit of a surprise to the weatherman.
He's like the local historian when it comes to Phillies baseball.
He is indeed. Close friend of both of ours.
Good guy.
As good as they come.
Carpenter has lined out to right, also struck out. 0 for 2 tonight.
You know of any batters that lean back from the waist up with the top half of their body in facing pitchers? I can't think of any in either league. That right there. And often it's on the way. It's almost like a timing device.
There you go. I asked Carpenter about it earlier this year. I said, where did that start? Because I talked to his dad, who was his coach, and he said, oh, he's been doing it ever since he was a little kid. I said, well, what's the deal with it? He said, I use it as a timing mechanism. So right there, a little back, come forward into the pitch, and try to explode with his hands. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Because you just don't see that every day.
John Mabry, the batting instructor of the Cardinals.
Ooh, low strike to Carpenter, 3-2. There's a commercial out that features Matt Carpenter, by the way, with video from Little League, and he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's great.
You know it's Matt Carpenter. Popped him up. Foul territory, and the catch is made.
Notice Matt's turn. He's mad about that 3-1 pitch. Have to bite his lip going back to the dugout.
We were in Houston this past week. The owners' meetings were there, and then Rob Manfred came in to address the owners on some of the issues of the game, some off the field, some on the field, and it's been really a push for him since day one and taking over for Bud Selig, and that is pace of play. And it's really interesting. He's taking a hard look at what the minor leagues do, which is a pitch clock. 20 seconds from when the ball is called, ball or strike. 20 seconds for the pitcher to get it back, get his sign, and deliver the next pitch. And they've done the studies on this in which they look at major league pitchers. 80% of the pitchers take north of 20 seconds between pitches in the major leagues. So it's something that he's talked about to potentially speed up the game.
Well, to me, you encapsulate everything if you eliminate meetings on the mound.
It's a big part of it.
It's a lot of it. The time that is wasted, and the umpire going out to the mound to break things up. That is a key point in my view.
1-1, shallow center. Herrera makes the catch. I've noticed it, and I brought it up earlier this year. It was introduced before last season, but the batter stepping out of the batter's box. It was enforced. Now, foul ball, you can step out. But if it's a ball or a strike, not swinging, you must step in or stay in and cannot step out.
Well, Velcro too. The Velcro on the gloves.
Skip Schumacher, the biggest offender of that.
Well, there are a lot of players, a lot of hitters. After they swing, tear off the Velcro, put it back. Same with two hands. I don't think Peralta does that. And they don't do it when they take, obviously, because of the Velcro holes. But after a mighty swing, you see that all the time. Make better Velcro. I'm serious.
Well, he's very concerned, Rob Manfred, of losing the younger fan.
He should be.
And according to their studies, the average age of a baseball fan is 56.
Saw that. What you're saying, Dan, was captured very well by Bob Nightingale of USA Today today. That was his feature story, and very well written and researched.
You agree? Pitch clock, would you introduce it?
Sure. Introduce all of it. Let's go. Play the game. Quit dawdling.
3-0 pitch. Taken for a strike. See right there what Peralta is doing is within the rules. Took a pitch, stayed in the box, stepped out of his stance and where he'll stand at the plate, but still within the box. 3-2.
I think the Players Association would tell, well, you got to have the players comfortable. You can't have them, well, get comfortable at a quicker pace.
Yeah.
That's all the commissioner's saying. Or part of a lot of what he's saying.
3-2 is a ground ball that's hit to short. Freddie Galvis on a rainy night here in Philly. Pitcher's duel to Adams. And some ice cream, some scoops. It's 1-1. Career of Hall of Famer Bob Gibson. That day, 30,000 fans 16 and older receive a Bob Gibson red jacket statue to add to their collection, courtesy of Scott Credit Union. Get your tickets at Cardinals.com/promotions. Well, it's played out in a way the way that we thought it would, where Wainwright got off to the slow start in the first, then he settled in. Curveball is improved. And here he is, having set down 11 in a row. Last base hit, a triple by Borges in the second. Top of the lineup, Herrera showing bunt. He's 1 for 2. You could certainly understand that if Wainwright wants the mound to be worked on, especially with that Achilles. See him slip right there. You make sure and take care of that.
No, yeah. They were aware of that behind home plate. Phillies grounds crew is out immediately with that turfus. It sucks up some of that wet dirt.
It's a famous day in St. Louis baseball history. 65 years ago today, 43 inches tall. There he is, Eddie Gaedel, popped out of a cake. It was game 2 of a doubleheader, the Browns and Detroit. Bill Veeck, the owner, Bill DeWitt Jr., now the Cardinals owner. That's his jersey being worn by Eddie Gaedel. And at that time, Bill DeWitt Jr. was a 9-year-old bat boy. And what's interesting about this story, many have heard this, and that jersey's over now at the Cardinals Hall of Fame and Museum. It was just in a closet of the DeWitts, not thinking it'd be that big of a deal. Obviously it is. The pinch runner then for Eddie Gaedel was Jim Delsing, and his son Jay is a professional golfer on the PGA Tour.
Oh, Jay Delsing, certainly.
And Jim was his father, who wound up being the pinch runner for Eddie Gaedel. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Jay's one of the real good people in our town, does a lot of work for youth golf. But incredible. And I was talking to Bill DeWitt III Cardinals president, and he was telling me that that jersey was worn for Halloween by a number of the kids growing up, and they just didn't realize at the time
Its value.
the value
Sure.
and the significance, and over time obviously it's taken on greater significance. But worn by Eddie Goodell as he popped out of a cake 65 years ago today.
Big cake, small guy.
Yep, it's one way to look at it. First pitch to Herrera was taken for a ball, and here's the 1-0.
Talked about that unusual batting stance of Herrera. Not only the lower half contorted, trying to keep his right shoulder in, but his right instep is flat on the ground. How in the world do you hit like that? Look at the right foot.
Two-one pitch. Take it for a strike. Not sure if Herrera tried to call time or just was taking all the way.
You got to ask yourself that question. I don't know what he was doing.
The 2-2. Out to deep right field. Well hit, and it's gone. Herrera with home run number 13. And the Phillies go back on top. It's now 2-1.
Now Herrera hit this ball hard by waiting for it. At leg lift, right on the button to put the Phillies ahead again.
Just thinking of that stance, Tim, and what you're talking about. There's so many things with his stance that have to come together at the right time. It's in a lot of different pieces.
They just did.
Galvis, a double to right center. Picked up an RBI, his 49th. Snaps the string of 11 straight set down by Adam Wainwright. Galvis, from Venezuelan, signed with the Phillies at the age of 16. Took over for Jimmy Rollins. Idolized Omar Vizquel, the great defensive shortstops of all time. 2-1. That's well hit. Out to right. This ball will carry out of here. Back-to-back home runs. 3-1 Phils.
That pitch out of the strike zone. That was a high fastball, about shoulder high, to the diminutive Galvis. You fall behind, and even a small guy, knowing that fastball is coming. Well, wasn't shoulder high, but right up in the strike zone. 2 straight home runs by the Phillies.
He has given up 13 home runs on the road this year. He's given up 13 total this year. His ERA on the road is near 7, 3rd worst in baseball, but at home he's magnificent. Running into trouble here. Two balls and no strikes. It's his 14th appearance all time against the Phillies. Came in 6-2. Hit out of play. Wainwright with 5 more innings here tonight, now at 150 on the year. Pitch taken inside, and it's 3-1.
2-2 count to Herrera, a 3-1 count to Galvis on the home run, and now 3-1 on Alter.
Jonathan Broxton is up and throwing in the Cardinals' pen. Wainwright's spot is not due up. 4 more spots in the Cardinal lineup. There's a look at Broxton.
I think Derek Lilliquist is going to go out there and say, look, are you sure the mound is to your liking right now? I mean, they sprayed a few things out there, and now Wainwright comes out, kicks where he lands. And I would imagine that Derek's got to ask him about that. Are you sure that you're right? Because since that happened, things have gone awry.
Crowd tonight, 20,627 here at Citizens Bank Park. 20627.
Two home runs and a walk. So I guess Bueno said he's all right. Needs a ground ball double play here.
Franco, our Kubota Power Stats home run leader currently for the Phillies with 22. Leads their club in RBIs as well. We've seen, Tim, that these pitches since that first pitch to Herrera of the inning, they've been up.
He's all over the place. So normally when that happens, when a guy's so locked in as he was for the first 6 innings, with the exception of what happened in the first, I think something's wrong with the ground beneath. Evidently not.
Lots of room to the right side. Cardinals and Wainwright would love the double play here. 3-1 Phillies. Backhanded. Out at second. Nice turn, Colton Wong, and a nice tag by Matt Carpenter. Double play. 5-4-3 on the double play.
Good all the way around. Johnny Peralta backhanding the ball. Colton Wong getting the ball to Carpenter in time. If it's a bad throw, it's okay. Carpenter could find the runner, and that's what he does. How quickly can you get rid of the ball? I don't think he had a good grasp of the ball. It looked like that ring finger was involved. And he got him the ball quick enough for Matt to make the tag.
Lucky that ball didn't knock out of the glove as Howard takes a pitch inside. Almost as if he snow-coned it, catching it, then trying to swipe a little bit. That ball goes to the top of the glove, but regardless,
of course,
it works out.
Franco wasn't running hard down the line, too. If you allow a first baseman to make a soft tag like that, you're not going to knock balls out of any gloves.
It was Ryan Howard who took the spot of Jim Thome, who was just inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame. Howard burst onto the scene. He was an MVP, a home run champion. He's homered in 3 of the last 4 games he's played in. Sitting on 376 for his career, tied with Carlton Fisk, the Hall of Famer. Two balls and 2 strikes. This might be the final pitch of the night for Adam Wainwright. Ooh, doesn't get the call.
That came around.
The 3-2 pitch to Howard. Taken high. 2 walks in the inning. What's on Tap is presented by Budweiser. We'll be on the air tomorrow night. We'll see the second start in the big leagues for Luke Weaver. Went 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, couple of earned in his start at Wrigley Field over the weekend. On the air at 5:30 tomorrow. Ruiz 0 for 2. He's grounded to short, also flied out to center. Should mention, by the way, that Major League Baseball cleared Ryan Howard and Ryan Zimmerman of any wrongdoing in connection to a December report by Al Jazeera, their network, that claimed both players received PEDs. So Major League Baseball interviewed them, researched it, and they came away clean. Football players were also mentioned in that report. Zimmerman has said that he will go after Al Jazeera.
I don't blame him. And Ryan Howard also?
He has not stated that. Not to my knowledge. Yeah. So 2 outs, runner at first, and the 1-0 pitch to Ruiz. 1 ball, 1 strike. Twice Adam Wainwright won 19 games. Twice he has won 20. But he's never won the Cy Young Award. Lost to Tim Lincecum, Clayton Kershaw, Cy Young Awards, those 20-win seasons. He's trying for the 8th time to have a 10-win campaign. Pitch number 100 coming up here. Howard is running, and Howard is out.
Good play by Wong.
We head to the 7th. Phillies back on top. Donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. It'll be Jerko, Grichuk, and Wong. And then we'll see Adam Wainwright's spot coming up. Ryan Howard trying to steal a base.
In the 1960 season, the Pittsburgh Pirates, as you see, Howard thrown out easily by the best arm in baseball. But the Pittsburgh Pirates had a first baseman. His name was Rocky Nelson. Danny Murtaugh was the manager. And He was on third base, Rocky Nelson was, with 1 out on Clemente in 1960. And Rocky tried to steal home. He was thrown out by about 10 feet. And Murtaugh went crazy. And he said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Danny, that's why they call me Rocky." That's a true story. No, he didn't. He fined him. No, he was fined. That's a true story told to me by Dick Croat.
That's great.
That's why they call me Rocky.
Well, you did see Howard look in.
I think, you know, the first baseman was behind him. He was way off. He kept inching off. And I think he just thought, well, I'll catch him by surprise. You don't catch Yadier Molina by surprise.
Last stolen base attempt for Ryan Howard, June 26th of 2011.
Get out of here. Good going.
So maybe hit and run, maybe miss sign.
5 years.
Maybe he's going on his own.
Two outs, not a hit and run.
Yeah,
he had
that's
to be
right.
going on his own.
Yeah.
I mean, well, they don't call Ryan Howard Rocky, but
No,
maybe
they
there's
don't.
another reason.
There's a base hit into left. You would have to figure that the starter here, Adam Morgan, has a pretty short leash. He's pitching into the 7th. He's got a 2-run lead.
That's pretty short right there, partner.
Wow.
You're right on the money.
And as we say that, Pete McCannon pops right on out.
Telling you. Good going.
So that'll be it for Morgan. This will be our Chevy call to the pen. Caught up and you just joined us. The scoring in this game, that was a double after a leadoff base hit by Herrera. Galvis, his 20th double. That made it 1-0. Then Randal Grichuk in the top of the 2nd with home run number 15 to tie it up. And then moments ago in the 6th, back-to-back home runs. Herrera his 13th. And Galvis his 12th. Both solo home runs to make it a 3-1 Phillies lead.
And the right-hander, Edubray Ramos, is the pitcher for the Phillies in relief of Adam Morgan.
26th appearance for this right-hander. Tying run at the plate. It'll be Grichuk, then Wong on deck. And we'll see a pinch hitter for the Cardinals, barring the double play and another out. Philadelphia, their relievers have given up 59 home runs in relief. Cincinnati with 40 more. 79. Here's an 0-1 pitch.
That was a good play by Ruiz. And first base umpire, Ruiz was trying to get the call, and he made the play also. Made the play of the ball in the dirt, a little short hop.
Beg your pardon, 20 more.
20 more, right.
Cincinnati has given
Right.
up. Rain is picked up again. Here go the Ponchos. 1-1 pitch.
3 straight sliders to Randal Grichuk.
He should anticipate some more.
I would think so.
Been the pitch that's gotten him out more times than not this year.
He has hit 2 laser beams tonight, I'll tell you. 1 a home run.
2 for 2. Short lead at first by Jerko. Popped up to the right side. Howard in foul territory. Makes the catch.
Now after 3 sliders, a fastball on the inside part.
Here's Colton Wong. Jeremy Hazelbaker at the on-deck circle. Again, it's worth noting the Cardinals have 3 bats from the left side on their bench tonight. Garcia, Hazelbaker, and Moss. No lefty in the pen for the Phillies.
You and I were talking about how unusual that is to be in a major league or have a major league roster without a left-handed reliever. It's almost unheard of.
I can't remember.
No, I can't
the
either.
last time.
No. Maybe 1 at least.
Lefty specialist. Somebody from that left side of the bullpen, but none for Pete Maccannon's club. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Colton Wong. Popped up. Shallow left field. Going out Galvis. He's called off. And there's 2 outs. Well, the Cardinals have the top pinch hitting club in all of baseball. 60 pinch hits. A .357 average collectively from the pinch hitters. 13 home runs, which is 1 shy of tying the all-time record of 14, which was set back in 2001 by the Diamondbacks and the Giants.
Usually if you have good pinch hitters, you know what that's a sign of? Poor pitching. Because that means the pinch hitters have had many at-bats and have become not as much a pinch hitter as they would have normally,
Sure.
if you know what I mean.
Jeremy with a home run in his last start, which was Wednesday against Houston. He has 9 on the year.
Jeremy loves to guess first pitch off the bench.
Ball 1. He's done a nice job off the bench providing that power. Plays all 3 outfield spots. Might be the fastest runner on this team.
Yeah, he's a valuable piece for Mike Matheny.
One swing could tie it. 2-0. Tommy Pham on deck. Zach Duke begins to throw in the Cardinals pen. Fastball and a strike.
Ruiz did a good job bringing that ball back in. Ball looked outside.
2-1 pitch. Hazelbaker hits it sharply to first and handled by Howard. Cardinals strand a runner. They've left 5 on. Time to stretch. 3-1. Presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Along with Tim McCarver and Scott Warman, Dan McLaughlin here in Philly. It's our Chevy call to the pen. And Jonathan Broxton takes over for Adam Wainwright. Wainwright 6 innings, 5 hits, struck out 5, walked 2, gave up 3 runs, and a pair of solo home runs. Hyundai pitch arsenal for the right-hander: fastball, slider, change, and curve.
Yeah, that change and curve seldom seen by Broxton. And it makes sense because it's seldom seen primarily because he's in there for 1 inning and doesn't want to get beaten on anything other than his best stuff, which is fastball, slider. So generally speaking, if you're looking at hitters in the National League, they're going to be looking for fastball, slider. And if they get a changeup, you just say, nice pitch, Jonathan.
A little tip of the cap.
Yeah, a little tip of the cap, yeah.
So Ruiz was left standing last inning when Ryan Howard, that's right, Ryan Howard was caught stealing.
Good first steal attempt in 5 years.
June 26 of 2011.
Wow.
So 3-1 our score. It'll be Ruiz, Borges, and Burris. We're seeing where Broxton is now pitching more of the 6th and the 7th. And Matt Bowman pitching more of the 7th and 8th.
Seems like every time Jonathan comes in, it's ball 1, ball 2 before he gets going. But
2-1.
You've heard of starting pitchers where if you're going to get them, you've got to get them early. Jonathan Broxton is kind of like that as a reliever because his penchant for falling behind the first hitter.
2-2. Jeremy Hellickson will get the start tomorrow for the Phillies. Luke Weaver for the Cardinals. Mike Leake, Vince Velasquez on Sunday. Taken low and outside. It's an off day then on Monday. And the Cardinals start a brief homestand and right back out on the road for another 10. Three-2 pitch. Base hit into left. Greater coverage of Major League Baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. John Lackey put on the 15-day DL. And he had been a mainstay in that rotation. Hector Rondon placed on the 15-day DL for the Cubs as well. Triceps discomfort for Hector Rondon, and John Lackey shoulder soreness. T-Mobile, greater coverage of baseball, and here is Peter Borges. He tripled back in the second, was left stranded, and also grounded out to short. Showing bunt and strike 1.
Even though you have the bottom of the order up, this is not a normal bottom of the order. It's a 7th inning, so you're dealing with the bullpen. So if you do, you've got a 2-run lead. So Pete McCannon thinking that if you bunt with Borges, even though you have the pitcher batting 9th, you're going to pinch hit for him anyway. So it's not a routine bottom of the lineup sacrifice.
Third baseman Peralta cheating in on the grass. And the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2. With spots like these, the Cardinals called upon Peter Borges time and again. Get down a bunt.
Just thinking the same thing.
Oh, 2. Got him. He's got to get a bunt down.
Good slider from Broxton. A lot of times guys try to be too fine with that sacrifice. They try to paint it down the first base line or paint it down the third base line. Often, particularly to a reliever, bunt the ball back to the relief pitcher. How many times has he thrown to first base anyway in the course of a year?
Or to second.
Or to second. I'm thinking, I can't remember the last time Jonathan Broxton threw the ball to first base on a bunt attempt. There was one in a Cub game, first and third, that I remember this year, where he went to first and they got the out, but the run scored. But that's the only one I can think of. And thinking about Jonathan Broxton. But the point is, often it's okay to use the fat part of the field.
There's a 1-0 pitch to Emmanuel Burris. He came up with 1 out runner at third. Back in the second, he struck out and is also flied out to left. Leadoff man was Ruiz. He singled to left. Borges struck out. Now Burris ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. Walked him. So Mike Matheny, slow walk out to the mound, and that will be it. It looks like for Broxton. He will go with Zach Duke. Broxton came in, base hit, then the strikeout and a walk. Duke picked up at the trade deadline from the White Sox. Runners at first and second. And the Phillies a chance to add to their 3-1 lead. So Broxton comes in. Ruiz a single. Borges the strikeout. Burris the walk. Here's Jimmy Paredes. And he's hitting .221. First pitch is a strike. Now there was a left-handed batter. I'm not sure which one off their bench, either Hernandez or Paredes. He's a switch hitter. I believe it was Cesar Hernandez who was announced. So if he's announced, then you pull him back.
I believe you're right.
Duke does not get that call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch. 1-2. The Cardinals looking ahead to the top of the 8th, while the top of the lineup in Pham, Piscotty, and Carpenter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield is straight away. Off the glove of Duke. Charging is Gyorko, and no play. What would have been a tailor-made double play if he doesn't get the glove on it. Can't fault him. Reaction off his glove turns out to be a base hit, and now the bases are loaded.
That ball had too much topspin, and Duke, ball hitting the glove, and then Gyorko couldn't find the handle. It would have been clearly a double play had the ball gotten by Duke, but understandably he reached for the ball and it was off the edge of the glove.
So now you have Herrera, who's enjoyed a 2-hit night, 2 runs scored. Single to right, grounded out to second, and homered. Here's your defensive swing on a guy that we've talked about all night with his stance and how he goes after the pitch is tied up. And that's tied up right there.
Infielders are pinched. You see Gyorko is coming in a couple of steps, as was Wong. It's almost like the infield is halfway because they don't think they can double up Herrera on a ground ball. If the ball's hit sharply, they do have the option with 1 out to go for the double play. The middle infielder.
In the 7th at PNC Park, Miami leads Pittsburgh 3-2. One. Good breaking ball.
Talk about a guy who didn't want any part of this pitch. Whoa.
You know, that delivery may be a different delivery here. That's something that Duke has done. 3/4, sometimes
when
sidearm look.
When he drops down total, it's strictly to a left-handed batter. I don't think he's going to get another. I think he's going to have that same look with Herrera giving like he did on that last pitch.
Here's a 1-2. Got him. Big strikeout for Zach Duke. And there's 2 outs with the bases loaded.
Dropping down again. Herrera had no chance.
No chance.
No.
So Duke gets his first strikeout. And now it's Freddie Galvis. A double and a home run tonight. Two outs, bases loaded, first pitch to him. Taken for a ball.
Freddie Galvis may be the most dangerous .230 hitter in the National League.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is seems like he's right in the thick of things, and yet you look at his average and he continues to hit .230, .240.
It's the third time, by the way, the Phillies have had a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and have not brought him in. Happened in the first, the second, and now here in the 7th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Out of play. 1-2. First couple of outings for Zach Duke were a little shaky, but since that time, he has been outstanding.
It's tough to be traded to a contender.
Yeah.
It is. You know, all of a sudden everything's changed.
The pressure.
Your whole life has changed. Your baseball life.
Got him. A strikeout of Galvis. Back-to-back strikeouts with the bases loaded for Zach Duke.
If he continues to do that, he'll have a long life with the Cardinals.
He got Herrera, and there he gets Galvis. In the 8th, Pham, Piscotty, and Carpenter. This is their 8th inning man. He's done a nice job. Chevy called to the pen. Hector Neris. He's got a very good split finger.
Yeah, fastball split finger and a good one.
The closer is Jenmar Gomez.
This guy could be a closer on some
Agreed.
ball clubs. Maybe not a lot, but some. He's good.
Tommy Pham is struck out, singled, and walked, and the first pitch is strike at 95. So Duke, moments ago, pitching out of the bases loaded jam. 3-1 Phillies. Struck him out. It's a nasty pitch.
That was that split right there. And I would say 80% of them that are thrown when outs are made, the swing and the miss in particular, are on balls out of the strike zone. The hitter sees it high enough thinking it's a strike and then swings over it. Rarely do you see hitters swing under that pitch. He's tough.
Here's Stephen Piscotty. Ground ball to third. Franco with it. 2 down. Piscotty 0 for 3 with a walk tonight, and it brings in Carpenter. Seventh inning or later, the Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. The Cardinals have been one of the best teams in the game, in particular with home runs and also with average, with Carpenter and Molina leading the way. Cardinal first baseman tonight, Matt Carpenter, 0 for 3. Out to right. Borges is there. Quick inning. 5 pitches here in the top of the 8th. Bud Light, Rays 1-2 right now. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. The city of Philadelphia, City Hall. The Fighting Phils with a 3-1 lead as Kevin Segrist is into the ball game. Chevy called to the pen. Dealt with some soreness the other day. We did not see him in the 2 games against Houston. 51st appearance of the year. Alter, Franco, and Howard for the Phils here in the bottom of the 8th. The Cardinals, meanwhile, looking ahead to the top of the 9th. They would have Molina, Peralta, and Jerko. The Phillies left fielder is 0 for 2 tonight. Walk back in the 6th. Adam Wainwright, 6 innings tonight. 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, walked 2, gave up 3 runs. Tremendous work out of the pen from Zach Duke. 2/3 of an inning pitched out of a bases loaded 1-out situation. And the 1-0 pitch, making 1 ball and 1 strike. Jimar Gomez, 32 saves on the year. He's getting loose in the pen. 1-1.
I know this sounds strange, but I think from a Cardinals standpoint, they're glad to see Neary's gone.
Agreed.
Threw 5 pitches and he can't pitch tonight because of the closer's job. I mean, that guy, in my opinion, Neary's got better stuff than Gomez.
Ooh, just missed on the corner. 2-2. 6th inning is when the Phillies regain the lead. Couple of home runs, Herrera and Freddie Galvis. Nasty breaking ball. Good pitch by Siegrist, his first strikeout of the night. These 2 home runs are Nissan drives of the game. Herrera with number 13, and then right after that, Freddie Galvis, number 12. That's the difference currently in the game. Nine strikeouts in this Phillies lineup, but they have a 3-1 lead. Bronco first pitch fouled back.
The Phillies model is almost the way the game is being played today. 9 strikeouts tonight, 2 home runs, laid 3-1. It has become a game of strikeouts and home runs for almost all teams. Base running has vanished.
The stolen base has vanished. But teams are okay if you hit a lot of home runs, you hit for power. They don't worry about the strikeout. 0-2 the count. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I don't think it's right, but I agree that that is the way they're playing, the way the game is played today. You know, the Cardinals, a typical example also, where the 2 guys that can run in the Cardinal lineup, Randal Grichuk and Colton Wong, are hitting 7th and 8th, which means they can't run. They're at the bottom of a National League lineup. They're actually, and you can understand.
Long way to go for Piscotty. May drop, and it does.
You can understand why Mike Matheny can't have Grichuk and Wong up further in the lineup because of their ineffectiveness.
Right.
So it behooves guys like Grichuk and Wong to hit better so they can move up, and obviously they're trying to do that. But it's tough to make up a lineup sheet if you're Mike Matheny, because all your speed goes to the end, and in the National League that's a very difficult way to win.
There's Tommy Joseph, the pinch hitter, but also think about it too, Tim. The Cardinals' leadoff man for the better part of 3 years has been Matt Carpenter.
Right.
He's not going to steal bases.
No.
He's there to get on base. On-base percentage is high, but he doesn't steal bases.
But against right-handed pitching, he could be a better, more productive hitter for the Cardinals if he were hitting third, particularly what he is tonight. But that you can't lead off Colton Wong because he hadn't hit enough.
Sure.
That in 230, 240 all year.
So look at Juan Samuel, third base coach of the Phillies. He can run.
He could really steal a base for you and hit. Good player for a long time.
Driven out to left center field. Grichuk will cut it off. Throw will go into second base, but he hesitated, and Wong not at the bag, and Joseph is safe.
Colton Wong really has no other responsibility but to go to second base. Your cutoff man is Jed Jerko. Jerko went out. Colton Wong was being a backup, being a relay man for nobody was at second base, and that's why Randal Grichuk held his ground. And now Wong, you called that exactly right. If he's on the bag, it may be a different story.
Tim, this will not go down as an error, but it's plays like these that have cost the Cardinals time and again this season.
Yeah, he has no other responsibility but to be on second base. And if he's on second base, it may be a bang bang and the Cardinals get the call. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to get the call right now. Wong came out immediately and said, challenge it.
Mike Matheny's saying, I've got nothing really to lose here late in the game.
That's right. That's right. He's almost got to do it. But if Wong's on the bag, he's out.
And if there's no hesitation, he's out.
So the question becomes, Colton, why were you not on the bag? Just trying to explain it. I mean,
Well, it's a great look there.
He's running to the bag. He's safe. It's not really that close, I didn't think. But if he's on the bag, it's a different story. But you're right, Dan. It does not go down as an error, but it was an error. An error
Joseph should
of
either
omission.
be at first base or out at second.
Right. That's right. But again, that's why Grichuk hesitated, because no one was at second.
So the Cardinals and Siegrist have to wait. So Kevin just took a few tosses off the mound just to stay loose.
If the Cardinals get this call, it'll be an upset.
Agreed. Well, the one replay clearly in our minds shows he's safe.
Right. I think it surprised Colton Wong.
Agreed.
That Joseph tried for the extra base. He didn't think he'd do it. But you got to be there just to protect yourself, and he wasn't. Boy, wow, that's an upset. I'll tell you, I'm shocked. Great break for the Cardinals. Again, Grichuk was going to throw to second, but Wong wasn't there. So on the run, he makes the tag, and the Cardinals get the call. And boy, I'll tell you, if the Phillies ever had an argument, that was it, I thought.
Are they not seeing the same thing we are?
Evidently not. Big break for the Cardinals.
Oh, man. I thought that was an easy call.
I did too.
I mean, they have every look that they can possibly want, including the one we just showed you twice.
And the thing is, there's no argument by Pete Mackanin because he can't argue the play.
Right.
He can't argue it.
I guess
Why?
they're saying that the toe area is not on the bag, but look at the heel. It's there. Then he touches.
Yeah.
Two-0 pitch, 2-1.
I had,
Boy, that call looms large in this game.
I had cataract surgery about 6 months ago. I was going to check my cataracts.
You don't have to. I'm with you. The fans had that replay, and you can hear their displeasure with the call.
Yeah.
2-1 pitch. I mean, Pete Mackanin's got to be in there saying, now, wait a minute. Our video guy is saying this clearly is a situation in which he's safe. They have all the replays.
It's got to be so frustrating for a major league manager.
No doubt.
Who knows that the call is the wrong call, and you can't do anything about it.
I'm just thinking, are we missing something here? I don't.
I thought the same thing. Man, Cardinals hope to turn this into maybe tying it and perhaps going ahead in the ninth.
2-2 pitch. Inside. Maybe he got the toe. I don't know. Regardless, it's a strikeout for Siegrist and some boos here in Philly.
And a big play as far as the Cardinals are concerned.
Did he get the toe? Maybe he did.
No, he
Maybe.
didn't.
Maybe? Maybe?
No.
And Yadier Molina leads it off. He is 0 for 3. Some more boos during that commercial timeout. I'm going to throw a theory at you.
Listen, that's a valid point. But it was not, in my view.
Watch the lace. The lace there of the glove.
Yeah, but it's not convincing enough evidence.
That's the key.
The heel was on the bag when the fat part of the glove touched the foot.
Now, 9 out of 10.
If they can see a lace, I mean, come on.
9 out of 10 times, if it's that close, the call on the field will stay.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the point.
That's exactly right.
So, Cardinals will take it, though.
Oh, you better believe it. I mean, second, third, and 1 out. It's not quite as good as a man on third with 2 outs.
0-2 the count. Gomez, the closer of the Phillies, is in. Just missed. Plaza Tire Service replay. Fox track shows just a tad bit outside. 1-2. And it's ripped out to left, a sinking liner, and a base hit for Yadier Molina. So the tying run now comes to the plate in the form of Johnny Peralta. If you're wondering, Gomez has allowed just 3 home runs this year. He's a part of our Chevy call to the pen. He's had a very good year, 2.75 ERA, record of 3-2. And now Peralta. Fastball, strike 1.
Mike Matheny's got Greg Garcia and Brandon Moss, but you don't know if Moss is well enough fighting flu symptoms. Also has Rosario, could be a pinch runner right here. He runs obviously faster than Molina.
That is a fair ball. Out at second, on to first, and safe. Pretty quick turn at second base.
Yeah, I mean, they made it close at first, but usually that ball down the line.
Now the question will be, is he off the bag?
That was a quick pivot, but was it the neighborhood play? I thought he was on the bag with his left foot.
So Mike Matheny can ask the umpires to take a look at this, and they will. One of these fans can boo all they want, but one of their favorites, Chase Utley, made this rule.
He's on the bag with his left foot. You didn't think so? You don't know. I know what you're doing. You're going. You give me those McLaughlin moves.
Where my hands start to fidget.
Yeah, like a New York chef.
Now, if this gets overturned, this place is going to go nuts.
Oh yeah, yeah. They wanted to strike out of Molina, number 1 on the 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, good point.
And the crowd booed then. And then Molina singled. They booed again. And if they overturn this, I think Dan's right. This place will be bedlam. It's on the bag. Now the crowd's had a chance to see it. Yeah, he was out. I mean, number 1, you're trying to make sure 1 in that situation anyway, Dan. So, I mean, that would really be a bad play by Burris if he were in his haste to make the double play, not get the lead out at second base.
So now it's Jerko. 1 out, runner at first base.
11 home runs since July 17th.
Cardinals now out of challenges. First pitch to Jerko. Hits it down the left field line. Foul.
Everybody on that Cardinal bench was up and hoping. A hanging slider to Jerko, pulled foul.
This man has some quick hands. Runner at first. Tying run at the plate. 0-1 pitch to Jed Jerko. Fastball.
Phillies outfield and their no doubles defense. Odubel Herrera in center in a different area code.
So Moss in uniform, but again, we'll see if he is available. 1-2 pitch to Jed Jerko. A 2-2.
Who was right? Jed Jerko jerked 1 foul down the left field line, and that last one he had a good cut. Thing about Gomez, the only thing he throws is something hard. Fastball, slider, both hard pitches. Jerko, you mentioned his lightning fast hands, can handle anybody's fastball in the major leagues.
The 2-2. Stays alive. Out of play. It's another 2-2 pitch to Jerko. Out of play. Who would have thought beginning of the season you'd be saying this is one of the guys you want to see up in this spot? Jedd Gyorko.
That's well put.
But it is.
Yeah. Well, particularly, again, against the type of pitcher that Gomez is. Gomez is not like a Neris who pitched the 8th inning that's got a split to put you away. If he puts you away, it's got to be with the slider or fastball. Much to the liking of Gyorko.
2-2. Gyorko, deep left. This game is tied. He has done it again. A 2-run homer, Jedd Gyorko, number 19.
I'm telling you.
This guy's unbelievable.
That was thrilling. That home run was about as thrilling a home run as the Cardinals have had all season long.
Babe Gyorko strikes again.
Man.
You could see it, too. He was locked in the entire at-bat.
Now do you think that play at second base in the bottom of the 8th inning means anything? Oh, my gosh. Turned around anybody's fastball. And he turns it around again. You could see Ruiz behind the plate. Disgustingly looking to his right. Great shot. Watch Ruiz.
Oh, man.
We'll get it for you. Unbelievable. Man.
0-2 the count now on Randal Grichuk.
You got to be kidding me.
4th home run given up by Gomez all this year. That's it. Ground ball to short. Galvis, second out. Jedd Gyorko, second hit of the night, and a 2-run homer.
Ruiz, look at that. Boy, is that a great shot. Gomez looking disgustedly at the ball in flight, and Ruiz knew it.
9 straight multi-homer games for the Cardinals.
That's a National League record. It's unbelievable.
51 home runs hit since the All-Star break. On pitch. Wrong with a high fly ball. Center field. That'll stay in the ballpark. Jedd Gyorko has tied this game up with 1 out here at the top of the 9th. Gyorko at number 19. Gomez knew it. Ruiz knew it. And so did Jedd Gyorko. We're tied 3-3. Jed Jerko, 2-run homer to tie it up. Seung-Hwan Oh, the Cardinals closer on the road in a tie game coming in. So Chevy called to the pen, a 1.88 ERA. This guy has been some kind of find for John Mozeliak and his staff. Greg Garcia takes over at second base.
And with the double switch, that means Garcia will bat ninth, and batting eighth will be O, which also means that if he has an economizing inning right here, 6, 7, 8 pitches, then perhaps he can go more than one. That's the reason you make a double switch right now.
0-1 pitch to Peter Bourjos. Lines it into center field and a base hit. The winning run is on. Emmanuel Burris. You know, it's interesting here with Pete Mackanin. Do you give him a pitch or two to run, or do you immediately put the bunt on in this spot?
I think you got to try to put the bunt on in this spot. You run against Molina? You kidding? No, I don't.
Not running. The bunt is down. Oh, will go to first. Garcia covering. And the winning run is in scoring position. So Cesar Hernandez will be the pinch hitter. We initially thought he had been called earlier in this game as a pinch hitter back in the 7th. Obviously, that's not the case, so he's available.
Right.
Hernandez not in the starting lineup. Took a ball off his shin or foot area. But a chance to win it for the Phillies here in game 1. Outfield shallow now. Speed of Bourjos, though, he may score anyway.
Yeah, you play the hitter. You don't play the base runner at second base here.
Here's a 1-0 pitch.
In other words, you don't play too shallow to have a shot at Bourjos in the hopes that the hitter doesn't hit the ball, you know, deep in the outfield. You've got to play the hitter, not the base runner at second base.
Broken bat out to shallow right, and Garcia with the catch. Great play, Greg Garcia. Eighth inning as we take it back. Play was reviewed, and the call was out. Gets him with the glove on the top of the toe with the lace. And a big play in this game. Huge. Then Segris would get the strikeout. In that situation, Jed Jerko then with a 2-run game-tying home run.
This is a dicey move right here, in my opinion. I mean, the reason is you've got Herrera that you can get him out on bad pitches. But to walk him and to get to Freddie Galvis, it's a tough call for Mike Matheny. But getting back to that play going into second base, we didn't see where Joseph was, but how in the world, with Grichuk going through the shenanigans in center field, not making the throw initially, Wong not being on the back, where was Joseph? I mean, you could have been on third. We talked about base running earlier in the game and about how it is vanishing. Another example of it.
3 career walk-off hits. Last one was back in April, a double against the Nationals. Freddie Galvis with a double and a home run hit here tonight.
Boy, what a game this has turned out to be. Huh?
You bet. Galvis lines it to first, and we have extra innings here in Game 1 of this weekend series.
And we probably are going to see if it gets to the next inning because of an economical inning.
Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Frank Herman.
Excuse me, Dan. Frank Herman on the mound for the Phillies. Their 4th pitcher of the night. And the Cardinals are by the setup man for the Phillies, Neris, and Gomez, their closer.
You know, Tim, to put it in perspective, not to be overly dramatic, but where would this team be with all the injuries that we talked about? 11 Cardinals go on the DL since July 1st, and key players. Where would they be without this second half from Jedd Gyorko? I mean, where would they be?
That is a valid question.
It's been a remarkable second half that he's had.
12 home runs once again, and it seems like that's 12 home runs since July 17th. Seems like all of them have been big.
Yeah, really does.
No throwaway home runs. Like, just to add on. Dramatic.
Now Greg Garcia. And what has to feel like a steal right now for John Mozeliak. Now, having said that, Jon Jay is hurt. He's dealing with the broken bone in the forearm, but it's part of the game, and Jedd Gyorko has played and been available since day one every game. And man, has he produced. Been fun to watch.
Yeah, but there was a time when Jedd Gyorko had 2 months where he was doing nothing. Those first 2 months of the season, and Jon Jay, on the other hand, was batting .340. So those are the ups and downs. In fairness, you know.
I mean, sure. Been fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike on Greg Garcia. We're in the top of the 10th. Gyorko now with 19 home runs, 2 more hits tonight, and he's driven in 42. Two and two. And remember, the Cardinals still have Brandon Moss on their bench. Backup catcher Alberto Rosario. Didn't talk about it all that much at the time. Very good play by Greg Garcia and that soft liner into shallow right.
It was. Runner from second, by the way, would not have scored on that, but he would have gotten to third.
Sure. play your defense differently then. Who knows?
Right.
2-2 the count. Tommy Pham on deck, and then Piscotty. Nobody throwing in the Cardinals' pen, so it looks like 0 for the bottom of the 10th. 2-2. Three and two the count.
Sometimes relievers who depend on that fastball so much they're not loose enough when they come in the game. Those fastballs stay high. For the most part, Herman has been up in the strike zone.
Just thinking of the trade of Brandon Moss, who's had a tremendous season. You bring in Jed Jerko. Those two combined 41 home runs this year.
They're the best of friends, no wonder.
Yeah.
They hang with each other more than any other Cardinals. They are together all the time.
A 3-2 pitch now to Garcia. And a leadoff walk just missed.
Great at bat by Garcia, and he has been prone to do that throughout the season for the Cardinals. Find a way to get on base, and he does it again.
One of your good buddies right there, Larry Boa.
Yep. I don't know. You were asking me, would you bunt here? I don't. The Phillies aren't looking for it.
I could see either way.
That's not what you asked, is it?
No,
I would not bunt here. I think Pham is due for a big hit.
He's hitting .360 in August, which maybe plays into this.
1 for 3 tonight with a walk.
Pham with a fly ball hit down the right field line. It is slicing. It is a foul ball. 11 of his last 22 hits have gone for extra bases.
Thing about when the Cardinals get in extra innings, they don't have a lot of speed that they can, like the Phillies do. They could, if Borges doesn't start, they can put him in there. Could put Joseph, who is a pretty fast runner. But the Cardinals do not have that speed guy in extra innings. Garcia, not a fast runner at first.
Smart runner.
Very good base runner.
Remember a play here on a bunt situation last season. He was the runner at first and wound up at third with the third baseman charging. Saw that no one was covering and wound up at third base. Here's an 0-1. 0-2 on Tommy Pham. What a good ball game this has been.
I'll say.
1-2 the count on Pham. Runner at first, Greg Garcia. 3-3 our score here in the top of the 10th. Inside. 2-2, struck him out. And Herman is thinking that's the pitch to Garcia I did not get.
Yeah. Right on the corner right there. That's the pitch that Herman has to have to be successful. Not an overpowering pitcher. But that, on the other hand, that's the type of pitch that Stephen Piscotty destroys to right field. Good low ball hitter, good power the other way.
Piscotty has bounced into a double play, lined out and grounded out. Also walked back in the first. Ball one. This team has had a knack of coming back late in games.
Oh yeah.
Ruiz out to visit. You know, Tim, you were wondering about the game-changing home runs of Jedd Gyorko. 11 of his 19 have been game-tying or go-ahead home runs hit off his bat.
Man, that's a little over 60% of
yeah.
it, or close to it.
And the check on Garcia. Want to know the count on Piscotty. Ooh. In just enough. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's his pitch.
Yep, and he knew it too. Look at his reaction. He'd love to have that one back.
Yeah. This pitch down in the strike zone, right in the heart of the plate.
One ball and 2 strikes. A lot of young hitters at previous pitch. You'll see them chase that pitch, get over anxious in these kinds of spots.
Not Piscotty.
Nope.
Very disciplined, generally speaking.
Is he hit by the pitch? He is. Ruiz trying to figure it out as well, and I'm sure Pete Mackanin will get an explanation here.
If it hits the batter first, it doesn't matter what the carom does. Breaking ball that stayed inside.
It's always tough to tell, but Piscotty saying it hit him on the hand.
See, nobody can react that quickly. If a hitter says it hit him, it hit him. Phillies are saying it might have hit the bat, but Piscotty reacts immediately saying it hit his hand because his hand's hurting. So that, to me, is the best gauge for a home plate umpire.
And if you're Pete Mackanin, you have to ask the umpires to look at this. Puts the potential winning run in scoring position with Carpenter coming.
Sure. And no left-hander in the bullpen.
Yeah. And the one guy that you'd think could neutralize a lefty is Neris because of his split finger.
I mean, you keep getting back to Neris as the pitcher that should have been in there in the 9th inning. But to me, I mean, nobody can react that quickly. Hitters can't say, oh, if you delay, if he reacts immediately, the ball hit him. That's my view. I think the Phillies are saying that it might have hit the bat first or didn't hit him.
It's a quick review, and they say that he was hit by the pitch. So it's runners at first and second.
To me, Dan, you know, I was involved in a lot of those situations. It's the reaction of the hitter that is better than the camera in that situation.
I agree. It's very tough to pick that up with the camera.
Yeah, right.
So you look at the reaction. And
the reaction of the hitter is the most important thing.
Well, Carpenter is 0 for 4 tonight. He is struck out, flied out, popped out into foul territory. 1 out, 2 on. First pitch to him. Taken low. Yeah, Piscotty, who hits .379 with runners in scoring position. Matt Carpenter, .320. Inning started with a walk, then a strikeout, hit by pitch. And now Carpenter. 1 ball, no strikes. One and one the count. One and two, a late call on Carpenter.
Now, Matt thought that 1-0 pitch was outside. He thought that pitch was high. Matt had a poor pitch call his last at bat, so things have not been going Matt's way tonight with the bat.
We know, though, he's one of the best 2-strike hitters in the game last
absolutely
2 or 3 years. Outfield is straight away. Carpenter is swing and a miss. Tough night for Carpenter. 0 for 5 as he chased that pitch out of the zone. But as you mentioned, very close to the spots that have been called strikes on him tonight.
Yeah.
He's got to protect. Yadier Molina is 1 for 4. First pitch to Molina. Strike 1.
When you're not a fast runner, you have to cheat somewhere. And if you're Greg Garcia at second base, you know that the second baseman and the shortstop are really not going to play. You know, there's going to be no pickoff, not with 2 outs and Molina hitting. They're going to play in their position. So you can take that extra jump and use that experience when you're at second base. Take that extra step or 2 to make it home, because Garcia, once again, is not a fast runner.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Molina. Hit out of play, 0-2. He's so good, especially with 2 strikes going to right. Wonder if Borges will play even a little bit more shallow than he is. He's pretty shallow right now.
It's still a valid point. Make him hit the ball over your head.
The 0-2. Molina into center, and it is caught. They were playing shallow, and the catch made by Herrera. Stays 3-3. inning. He's done this, but not that often in this 2016 season.
Fourth time this year.
So 4 times, that's it.
And, you know, we don't know right now. Got to get Eugene tomorrow and ask how many times he pitched in Japan last year, more than 1 inning. But I would imagine, knowing that what they do in Japan and South Korea, I mean, they work their relievers very hard, and often they'll pitch them more than 1 inning. So this is no big deal for O. There's Eugene on the right talking to Derek Lilliquist. Eugene's a delightful guy.
He really is.
Yeah.
Usually he's smiling, but when O's in, he's all business.
Oh, yeah.
First pitch is strike. Altair leads it off, and the 0-1. 0-2. .357 saves in 11 years in Japan and Korea for Seung-Hwan Oh. Right down the middle, struck him out. You know, the other thing I've noticed with him too, where a lot of guys get cute with 2 strikes, O doesn't do that. He's coming right at you.
No such thing as waste pitches in his vernacular.
See Franco and then Joseph. One out, nobody on.
And Franco tremendously strong. We mentioned earlier a home run, a 2-run shot that bested the Dodgers last night. Phillies won 5-4.
1 ball, 1 strike. Base hit into shallow right back in the 8th. Here's 1 hit tonight, bounced into a double play, grounded out, flied out. Slowly hit left side. Glove by Peralta, and he makes the play.
It's an awkward play for a third baseman when you're guarding the line, and Peralta had to be on the line, so he had farther to go for the ball. By the time he made the play, it was kind of a disjointed throw to first base, but he got Franco.
It's a big out. So 2 outs. Nobody on. If we get to the 11th, the Cardinals will have Peralta, Jerko, and Grichuk coming up. Here's Tommy Joseph. Oh, 1 pitch. Check swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. It was Joseph who had the single, tried to stretch it to a double. And on the review, he was called out at second base.
Yeah, that's the thing that stands out in this ball game.
One and 2.
Game changer came from a camera.
It's the line of the night. Here's a 1-2. Trying to get him to chase. Oh, has stayed away in this at bat. More and more, though, recently he's going in, whether it's a righty or a lefty. Beginning of the year, everything was away.
I still think you stay away from Joseph. Make him hit it to right.
Struck him out. Seung-Hwan Oh with 2 strikeouts sends us to inning number 11.
all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Thanks, Dan. I like that occasion.
I do. You can do all of them.
Don't get carried away.
Alex Reyes, who's been nothing short of sensational. And it's interesting to see him up in this spot. Obviously high leverage, but also with Luke Weaver going tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, he's the kind of guy that can give you multiple innings if Weaver doesn't go deep.
Because Luke only went 5 innings against the Cubs. Actually 4 innings against the Cubs. And Reyes came in that game.
Peralta on the first pitch, drives it out to left. Thinking 2 out of the batter's box, on his way to second, and safe. Leadoff double, Johnny Peralta.
That ball gave the left fielder, Aaron Alther, a chance to make a play at second base because it stopped when it hit the turf. Johnny going hard from the batter's box, realizing the importance of a double. He is just safe. That ball hit, it didn't go to the wall. It just stayed there, and that gave Alther a chance, and here's the man who can turn anybody's fastball around.
Pretty good rip at strike 1.
Oh my gosh, he just missed that pitch.
We are in the 11th because of Jed Jerko, his 2-run homer in the 9th.
Find your wild side, Jeff. Jeff.
Beef jerky, Jack Link's.
Jerko.
Fastball taken low. You're right. No more promos for you.
Oh, it's fun.
It's great. 1 ball, 1 strike.
What a great game.
He tied it in the 9th. He could put the Cardinals on top here in the 11th. 1-1 pitch. Fastball. And it's 1-2.
Boy, that was in a perfect spot. Just shearing that outside corner from Herman.
See Burris trying to keep the runner Peralta close at second base. Room to the right side. The 1-2.
Ooh. If you're thinking that Jerko has to pull the ball to be effective, that's wrong. He has power to center field. He has power to right field. Dan's talked about it earlier tonight. One of the quickest bats in the National League.
On 1-2. It's almost as if Jerko's trying to take that ball to right too. 9th inning and a no-doubter. Just drop the bat as the heads drop.
And Tom Meade having the perfect shots of pitcher and catcher. And what happens when that home run pitch is thrown? Huge home run, a 2-run shot in the 9th to tie it by Jerko.
It's another 1-2 pitch to Jed Jerko. See sometimes Herman with this breaking ball, not that he's just not finishing it off, but just spinning.
That's what hit Stephen Piscotty.
Yeah. 2-2 the count.
A lot of pitching coaches will tell hitters to find your left foot if you're a right-hander. Bring the curtain all the way down. Try to remember things like that. It makes you bend your legs and your back.
Fly ball lifted into center. Herrera makes the catch and a big first out for the Phillies. Randal Grichuk with a home run back in the 2nd inning. That was his 15th. Also singled into right in the 5th. He's popped out and grounded out. You think about that too with the breaking ball here with a guy like Randal Grichuk, who probably will see that time and again. If he spins one, he could lose it in a hurry. Go ahead run is Peralta at second base. Here's the check on Peralta at second base.
Here's a situation where Randal Grichuk's a fastball hitter, but the pitcher is more of a fastball pitcher. So if you're catching and deciding what pitch to call, a pitcher is always going to beat a hitter. That's what you have to continue to keep in mind from a catcher's standpoint.
Fastball again. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Does that mean you can't waste a curveball or waste a breaking ball? No, of course it doesn't.
Grichuk, left center. This ball is off the wall. Cardinals have the lead. Randal Grichuk delivers, and it's 4-3 here in the top of the 11th.
So he threw the fastball. Randal Grichuk attacks. It's not the pitch that's thrown, it's the pitch's location. And you've got, and that ball's right in his wheelhouse. Put it on the corner, and you get a situation that's different than what happened. And the Cardinals are glad he didn't.
Chevy. Philadelphia Phillies as Goodell takes over. Rule 5 pickup. He's in left field. Tyler Goodell. What a turn of events in this game for the Cardinals. Jericho the home run. And now Randal Grichuk has put the Cardinals on top. Brandon Moss will bat. Face this right-hander. He has crushed right-handed pitching this year.
And I got to tell you folks, back in St. Louis and watching in the 7th state area, Dan and I are arguing up here when we take a break about Dan says that there's no way you'd throw Randal Grichuk a fastball. I said it's not the fastball, it's the location. And you were right. As far as you were right. I mean, what happened when he threw him the fastball? But it's not the fastball, it's where the fastball is.
I want to go
and
back
that's why catchers are second guessed all the time, like in the booth and on the field by broadcasters.
I want to go back to that part where I was right. I want to make sure we got that on tape.
I gave you a cookie there for about 2 seconds. No,
well, we're both right.
You know, who knows? Well, I mean, the Cardinals are delighted the way this thing happened. But if you're Carlos Ruiz and you're subject to second guessing by everybody else on the other side, people are saying, how can you call that pitch? And he just got Jed Jerko on a guy who had homered his last time up on a fastball on a fly ball to center field. So nothing is exact from a pitch selection standpoint.
Runner at second now, Brandon Moss. Again, the part I was right. I like that part.
Well,
inside. Guys in the truck say that they were not recording that portion of our telecast. Shocking. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grichuk, your runner at second base.
You know, but seriously, Dan, I mean, who knows what the right pitch to throw is? It has not been thrown yet. We saw Jed Jerko foul the ball off, foul off sliders, hard fastballs. And we saw that curveball that hit Stephen Piscotty. And there's no way, if I'm Carlos Ruiz, the catcher.
Moss with a fly ball into center. Grichuk at the bag at second. He'll tag up on his way to third.
There is no way I would get beat on a curveball. And if I got beat on the fastball, that's his bet. Otherwise, take the pitcher out of the game. Now, if you want to take the pitcher out of the game, that's a different situation.
So 2 outs, runner at third. Now Garcia.
But if I'm Carlos Ruiz and I'm second guessing the dugout by Larry Bower or somebody like that, I'm saying, you know, if you want me to call for his worst pitch, I'll call for the curveball. It's already been shown that it's a worst pitch.
Just want to run into a corner right now. Garcia into center. Well, Randal Grichuk, he got the fastball.
You always have the last word.
That's right. Be such a weapon down the stretch. Well, case in point, here it is. Chevy called to the pen. 6 innings, 2 hits so far in his 3 appearances in the big leagues. He is fun to watch.
I guess when Jose Oquendo was playing for the Cardinals, he was a secret weapon. There's nothing secret about Alex Reyes.
you follow baseball, you have heard the name of Alex Reyes for the better part of 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
And especially if you're a Cardinal fan. #1 overall prospect for the Cardinals, #2 overall in baseball. So you get the rookie against the veteran to start. The bottom of the 11th, Carlos Ruiz. Cardinals leading 4-3. First pitch, a strike at 99. It's free and easy too, Tim. Ball just explodes out of his hand.
Well, he's a big man. Forget how big he is. What, 6'3", 6'3 and a half, weighs about 235. Big man.
Last pitch at 100 miles an hour. 0-2 pitch. Hit out of play.
It's easy to be excited about Reyes at this point in time. But when he starts moving the ball, that'll happen in time. Start moving the ball inside corner, outside corner. That's when you become a pitcher. Right now he's a thrower. And that's understandable.
The 0-2. 101. He hit 101 in his first appearance in the big leagues at Busch Stadium. Hardest registered pitch for the Cardinals this year. All fastballs to start. See his demeanor too. I mean, he's very calm, doesn't get rattled, very confident. Got him.
Well, that's
changeup.
That's what he makes you do. After 4 fastballs, you're seeing something weird come, and that was a changeup. That's an at-bat by an experienced hitter that's also a good 2-strike hitter, and Carlos Ruiz. And you saw what Reyes did to him. Reyes to Ruiz, a little tricky.
Now Peter Borges, fastball. Borges with a triple back in the second, was left stranded, singled in the 9th, left stranded. 2-0. These short spurts for a guy like Reyes, who was used as a starter in the minor leagues. And he comes out, it's 100% max and throwing smoke.
Well, you can do that when you only have 1 inning of work, and now all of a sudden you're in a closer's position.
Center field, Grichuk, 2 down. Randal Grichuk is our Budweiser player of the game. A home run back in the 2nd inning that tied the game at 1. He singled in the 5th and a double to drive in Johnny Peralta and put the Cardinals on top.
Well, to think of the struggles that Randal Grichuk had, sent to Memphis twice. He is what, 10 for 25 now on his most recent return.
Curveball taken just a bit high, maybe inside. Ball 1.
You know what Randal Grichuk, the bad times that he went through earlier in the season can be made up of what he does the next 6 weeks.
Base hit into left. Tying run is aboard. Potential winning run comes to the plate.
Tom B in our truck said that Reyes threw it harder than Burris hit it, and that is an excellent point and true. What came in at 100 miles an hour went out at about 70.
Tyler Goodell hitting 195.
Went out on the service road.
Just curious, the hardest thrower that you caught?
We didn't have the gun back then, a lot of those years. I was in the 60s. We didn't have a radar gun. And then when they finally got one somewhere inaccurate, you know, velocity, and it's a trap in baseball to think that throwing hard is the best way to get guys out. It's not.
It's location.
It is plain and simple. It's not. But it could be a very important ally for this young man on the mound right now. But again, once he starts moving the ball right and left, inside corner, outside corner, that's when you've got something.
One ball, one strike. Burish, your runner at first base. Two and two.
See, that was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball that appeared to be faster than the 101 that he threw a couple of pitches ago. It's how it looks, how it's delivered, how it looks to a hitter.
The 2-2 pitch from Reyes. By the way, just for your information, the pitch to Emmanuel Burris came in at 99. It went out 77.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Well, mine was a guess, strictly a guess.
You were pretty close. So Burris starts with the pitch here from Reyes. Phillies down to their final strike. The 3-2 by Alex Reyes on the outside corner and doesn't get the call. That's a hitter you don't want to lose. Rule 5 really struggling.
Yeah. Now you've got the more experienced, better hitter. And Odubel Herrera.
The tying run in scoring position. Strike one on Herrera. He is singled tonight. He homered and was intentionally walked back in the 9th.
That looked like a breaking ball, right? A little change up, something off speed.
Came in at 90, so that's roughly around the speed of his changeup.
It's too hard, though. Generally speaking, that's too hard. Again, Yadi knows this. You're in a situation where you don't want to get beat with his inferior stuff.
2 strikes. This will be pitch number 20 of the inning. Tying run at second, winning run at first. And again, the Phillies down to their final strike. The 0-2 fouled back. Reyes is set. It's another 0-2 pitch to Herrera. Got the first two, then a base hit and a walk. And now 0-2. Oh-2 pitch again. Ground ball. This should do it. The Cardinals tied it in the 9th. They win it in 11. The final of 4-3. It's another dramatic come from behind win for the Cardinals.
What a ball game. And the Cardinals with every reason to smile. Go ahead and smile, Randall. It's okay. Enjoy it.
Outstanding win for this club.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Of course, they all are at this time of year when you're fighting what the Cardinals are fighting for.
4-3 the final. Post game is next.